Welcome, my friends and enemies. Glad you are here. We are running out of ideas because there's so few things in this world to talk about outside of politics, and I don't want to talk about politics, so we'll just go with that. So we are doing a bit of a reaction video today because I like the topic. The topic is interesting. It's a battle that has been fought for many, many a year, and will probably continue to be made for many, many a year. So hold on to your seatbelts because we're going to need them. But yes.
I wonder what the topic is.
I'm sure you'll find out. Stick around and you'll find out. Also, like, comment, subscribe, all that fun jazz. But we definitely appreciate you guys spending time with us. So, Sage, how you doing?
Good enough.
All right. Matt, how you doing?
Surviving here in the wild lands of New Jersey.
Get out of New Jersey while you can.
Get out.
Go to the chopper. Yeah. Anyway, but yeah, so we have a little, I'd say treat, but I mean, depends. We'll just get into it. So, there's a video by the real life fake wizard, or whatever his name is. We'll get to it as we go, but
a coincidence.
yeah, well, you'll see why.
I literally
There's
just watched Arch react to this.
Yeah, I was watching that too. So it's like, it'd be a good one to respond to. That's
phrase I see floated around on the internet all the time, and it's usually stated by passionate people who believe they're coming from a place of defense for a franchise or a fandom or a hobby that they truly care about, you know? The phrase is gatekeep your hobbies.
which you should do.
And I don't want to upset any of you, but that sounds really stupid.
No, it doesn't, actually.
Okay, let's talk about it. Welcome to The Pondering. I am the real-life fake.
I love the fact that he looks like a freaking midget in the chair.
Yeah, I guess.
I mean, just he looks like he should not be that large for that type of thing, but whatever.
It was like one of those troll
If this
dolls with the oversized heads.
It's a what?
You know those troll dolls with the oversized heads? That's what it looks like.
Yeah, like gnomes and halflings.
Did you say gnomes?
I said gnomes.
They're not gnomes. They're just gnomes. The G's silent.
Maybe not in Europe.
No.
Well, yeah, but Europe's been wrong about a lot of things, so.
Video brings you any value at all, I invite you to subscribe to this channel where we're posting new videos nearly every day.
He's got a mouse in his pocket.
In a time where every single imaginable franchise has been infiltrated by the 5 people ruining entertainment, corporate managers, marketing professionals, influencers, journalists, and writers, entertainment just doesn't feel the same anymore.
Well,
Many
where's the
beloved
activists?
franchises.
Say what?
Where's the activists in that list?
That was all 5.
But he didn't say whoa.
The corporate managers aren't
Yeah, they are.
activists. Right?
Yeah, they
Okay,
are.
fair enough.
They're
Seemed
doing
to
it
be
all literally for the activists. They are co-conspirators, you might call them. You have to say something, Matt. Bleh. Yeah,
Sage and I are saying that he should have had woke activists as another type of split on the list.
I mean, you don't even need woke. You can just say activists because it basically just
Yeah,
literally
activists,
means
right.
them.
It's not exclusive to woke.
I mean, more or less it is nowadays.
Had their hearts Kali Ma torn out of them and replaced by paint-by-numbers mediocrity. Sometimes this is rooted in political ideologies, sometimes it's rooted in malevolence towards the
mediocrity.
fans, and
it's worse.
sometimes
What?
I think it's pretty much worse than mediocrity.
Yeah, but sometimes it is just mediocrity. Sometimes just people just suck at their jobs.
No, the people being bad at their job and producing like a crappy adaptation or something, that's entirely different than these woke people destroying shit.
That is true, but I'm saying, like, just because a movie comes out and fails doesn't mean it was woke. It means that somebody was given the authority to pursue this creative mantra or whatever and didn't do a good job at it. Like it doesn't have to be woke. Like it could be woke, or there could be woke aspects to it, like little microorganisms or something. But when it comes to just somebody making a film and it being just below average and just flopping hard, it doesn't instantly mean, oh, it's woke, because films have failed like that throughout history of cinema, and
Yeah, sure.
they don't all have to be woke. So it still applies today. There's just some stuff it's like, yeah, that just wasn't that good, and I don't want to go see it, or I don't want to watch it on Netflix or whatever.
When stuff fails,
The mediocre stuff, right? But that's
It's
good
just-
by today's standards.
like
True, I'm talking today's standards mediocre.
well, if something fails because it sucks, that doesn't necessarily destroy the franchise. Whereas something fails because it's woke, that can destroy the franchise.
I mean, if we didn't have woke Star Wars, but we had mediocre Star Wars, that might still kill Star Wars. Because people will just be like, what, the next one's going to be mediocre like the last one, and the one before that, and the one before that, and just keep going down the line. If they keep making mediocre, the whole point is you have to make better than mediocre. You have to make, at least, at the bare minimum, average. I'd say, like today's standard average. Because
I think today's standard average is not good enough.
But we're all attuned to today's average. Because when we see
Yeah.
woke, it's like it's below average, like really
Yeah.
hard. It's a low bar. But when you're like, oh, like it's like saying we watched Lord of the Rings, the trilogy, extended edition, because nobody's that stupid to do it in regular theatrical. But you watch those, you're like, these are masterpieces. Your mind is blown and everything's fantastic. It's great. Give me more. And then they give you The Hobbit, and you're like, that wasn't as good. But then we get to the Rings of Power, and they're like, man, that Hobbit wasn't so bad now, was it? So
It was still that bad.
they're still bad, but they're better than the Rings of Power. So like, it's like perhaps we treated you too harshly.
Saying death by uranium versus death by polonium, they both suck. You know,
Yeah, but one's less painful.
Yeah, I guess.
here's a franchise that has both though. The Star Trek franchise. The first 10 movies, the even number ones were good. The odd number ones were not as good. Right?
It's like
Is there some logic behind why?
like Microsoft
Well-
OS updates.
Well, we're not getting into the debate because I don't think all the odd ones were bad. I like some odd number ones, but in general, if you look at the money, the even number ones, for whatever reason, the public like them more, right? Then you fast forward to what we call Kurtzman Trek, modern Trek, and that's horrible because it's woke. Whereas the previous examples of the movies, they weren't woke; they just might not have been as well written. You know.
So does Kurtzman start with the first one where Kirk is?
The J.J. Abrams movie.
So
I
the
guess I'll
new
have to
the,
just
the
look it
new
up.
it's the one with Chris Pine and all those guys.
Yeah, that was
It's
what.
what 2009 or something like that.
All Kurtzman Trek occurs in that 2009 Star Trek universe.
Yeah. So basically, prior to that, it was better.
I didn't think the first one had too much.
It was
ideology.
it was less Star Trekky and more Star Warsy, I guess.
Well, the first one was okay. Like, if you know what I mean, it wasn't bad. It wasn't great. The actors did a good job. You know.
Well, yeah,
The
the
visual-
actors were doing good at what they were told to do, but what they were told to do wasn't very Star Trekky. Was my
Isn't the
point.
first one where they blow up
Again,
the Vulcan?
It wasn't like it. What made the first one bad of Abrams was the second and third one.
I didn't even realize there was a third one. I just don't care. And don't get me wrong,
I mean, yeah, the first one is where he becomes like the captain, and then the second one is about Khan. I
The
think.
second one was
yeah.
Wrath Moon's Wrath of
Uh,
Khan. Yeah.
The third one is where
Khan!
they crash on some random planets.
Yeah. But they fight nanomachines or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, but like, I always preferred Star Wars over Star Trek because of the action, not to mention the music.
That's fair.
And when I saw I think it's the 2009, the first Star Trek that was made now, or in the modern times of the 21st century, I didn't care for it. Like they were aiming at the Star Wars fans to become Trekkie fans, but they kind of left the Trekkie fans out in the cold, if that makes sense.
But again, we're getting sidetracked. The point I'm making is Star Trek has
What we
examples
do.
of the badly written bad movies that did not derail the franchise, whereas the woke ones did derail the franchise.
But like the series are the main draw anyway, right?
Yeah, but if you talk to Trekkies, and I don't really talk to Trekkies because I don't know many Trekkies in personal real life, but when you talk to them online or in their groups or whatever, they'll tell you which ones to avoid and they'll tell you which ones you should watch. Because some are good, some are meh, and some are bad. But if they're bad, it was because they didn't understand Star Trek at that time and what they were trying to do, because they weren't trying to do Star Trek for whatever reason it was, or they just had worse people working on it than the people who did the good stuff, which is
Yeah,
perfectly fine.
Abrams' Trek, the problem with bad Trek was bad writing for the most part. Maybe a little bit.
Yeah,
acting.
well, it was also losing the spirit of what made Star Trek Star Trek.
Well, I said prior to Abrams, meaning
Oh, I
yeah.
didn't hear you say prior.
Abrams, then you have a whole bunch of other issues like Spirit of Star Trek, blah blah blah.
Yeah, it's just bad writing versus woke writing, which was my point was. Is I'm like, I'm
Yeah.
not saying it's not woke, but if there's a movie that comes out in the modern times, like right now, and it fails, it's not inherently because it's woke. It could be because it was just bad writing. It was just bad quality.
yeah.
It was just bad.
That's always the case. You got bad writing on a movie. It's
Yeah.
the point I'm getting at is what we were circling on is bad writing in a franchise does not necessarily destroy the franchise, whereas wokeism does.
Unless you decanonize stuff, which Star Trek has been doing for some reason.
Well,
Yeah, they took a lot of the stuff of the recent Star Trek.
no, that
track.
that makes it worse though.
Well, they decanonized it so it's not the same line.
They
It's a different
decanonized
alternate universe.
everything that Abrams and Kurtzy did. And basically when the contract is up for that production company to do Star Trek, which is
Oh, okay. So they made the new ones, not part of the
Correct.
actual old
Yeah,
stuff.
they
Okay.
decanonized the new stuff and from the regular Star Trek line.
so Skydance bought Paramount, right, and said we don't want this garbage Trek anymore. So when the contract is up, we're not renewing anything that this Kurtzman and Abrams are doing. So they have one more season of one of the shows to go, and then that's it.
Is that Discovery or
Yeah, Discovery is in that canon. Yes.
I think the show is Discovery, but it could be other show that
There was
Oh,
a few of them. Below Decks.
I watched like the first few episodes and then
Section.
well,
never
below
really
Decks
kept
is how they
reading.
decanonized. The last episode of Below Decks they used it to decanonize all that stuff.
Again, I'm not super crazy familiar with Star Trek. I'm more familiar with the
Yeah.
older stuff than I am the newer stuff, and I don't know very much about it. I was a Stargate kid, so I loved watching Stargate.
Word is that
So I
Skydance is
watched
gonna-
a bit of the Next Generation, but other than that,
What'd you say, Matt?
the word is that Skydance after 2025, when the contract is up, they're going to basically shut Star Trek down for a couple of years.
And reboot it. Yeah.
Well, they could do a continuation of the other series, but point is they're going to let the bad memory of Trek go away.
Well, they can't release
Well, I mean,
bad
that's-
stuff later on to get rid of that bad memory because they'll have to do it again and then they're losing money. But yeah. But anyway, the point being is it's like the difference between bad writing, woke writing, and the difference in like how the woke writing is literally so bad that it makes us take stuff that is below average and think it's above average in comparison. Like again, Rings of Power, where you have terrible props, you have terrible acting, you have terrible casting, you have everything's all just.
but they do
terrible.
have good visual effects.
They have some like the landscape cinematic like
The
CGI
background.
effects were nice.
The background in Rings of Prime.
Rings,
Um,
Yeah, but that's the only
the
good thing.
stuff that you're not supposed to be paying attention to.
Like if we did Rings of Prime, where they erase all the characters on the screen.
Yeah, every time the characters were gone, it was great.
Yeah.
There's no people. Yeah, people. Boo. But no, like how bad it was, like the props, the scale armor, and everything being just like printed on a T-shirt or whatever, versus something like The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings, where they actually put effort into their props. They cinematically they are beautiful. Story-wise, The Hobbit is lackluster comparatively.
Let's get back to this.
Well, yes,
to
but point being,
bobblehead wizard.
Times, and I'd like to believe this more often than not, it's rooted in absolute sheer incompetence. People are
Yep.
promoted to positions they never, ever should have been promoted to. There is a lot of
I personally disagree with Arch on this because Arch was like, well, no, she was a successful producer. I'm like, you can be a producer on a movie and not do very much, and it can be a hit.
So
or you were
Kennedy-
told by somebody to do something else, and you did what they told you to do, and thus you're successful because they are successful.
I mean,
Kathleen
better
Kennedy-
to judge by the recent track record, right?
Well, that's the thing is that if even the thing with like James Mangold and all the things that'll pop up, but like it's this the silliness, because I haven't actually watched this whole clip or anything, but the silliness to think that, well, they worked on a successful film, therefore they're successful. It's like, but we know plenty of people like Zack Snyder, for example, that when he has somebody kind of guiding him, he does pretty good stuff. But when he has his own creative energy and just can do whatever he wants, we get freaking
So,
Rebel
okay.
Moon.
We need to inject some reality into this, okay? Kathleen Kennedy is a horrible creator, but she's an excellent businesswoman.
I'm not
When
saying she's not a good
Maybe,
businesswoman.
yeah.
I'm saying she's not a good producer.
Yeah. So when Lucas hired her to run Lucasfilm for him, she just ran the business side of it. And her and her husband became billionaires. And when they sold Lucasfilm to Disney, Kennedy and her husband took a chunk of stock, and now they became rich Disney people, so to speak.
Yeah.
So she did a good job.
That makes sense.
by accident,
But I would even question her ability to be a good businesswoman, considering she just makes constant, one after the other, horrible business decisions.
Well, the problem is she was put into a circumstance where she thought she had a license to print money.
Well, she did. She literally did, but she didn't
No.
actually print the money.
She didn't have the license to print money. Disney had the license to print money, and Disney wasted it.
Well, I'm saying Disney isn't telling her what to do. Disney let her just run Lucasfilm.
Yeah, but that's not
Disney had
business.
the agenda.
Right?
They thought
She's
that-
running the
they-
creative side.
Well, I don't know, because I mean, if she says do
Because
this,
she's the one who chooses who
she's
can
she's the one.
produce this.
She's the one choosing
direct,
what Star Wars
She has
films and
final
stuff.
say on is this good enough, yes or no.
Nothing goes through without her consent, if that's what you're asking.
Basically,
So
once they
she's
sold the company to
responsible
Disney, she had
for
absolute power.
creative
And
direction.
Disney wanted woke stuff all over the place. They thought they'd make money on it, and that's what we got today.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if there is an actual connection between Disney telling her what to do and what not to do, because
No,
there's
Disney said, "Wait, you're woke too? This is a marriage made in heaven," and said, "Go for it."
yes, but then again, then in that situation, she wouldn't be a good businesswoman, because a good businesswoman would say, "Here's what we need to do to make money," and would go that route. Because
Well,
as far as I can tell from all the actual receipts and
Spencer-
track records,
Well,
Disney didn't
I
really
don't
do
think
anything
they're
in
taking
Lucasfilm.
into account,
He's an excellent business manager. I'll put it that way.
like the DEI investments, etc.
Yeah, but people throwing money at you doesn't mean it's going to be a good long-term goal if you start sucking at everything.
You can understand.
Sure, but
Outside
it's
of
money.
hardcore communists who push this stuff, the majority of these corporations and writers and whatever, they actually believe this woke crap. They think people want that.
Sure, but obviously when you start having flops, you need to be like, well, people don't want this stuff.
But
we
they,
need to change it.
they blame the flops on misogyny and blah blah blah.
Well,
Look at what's happening
they can
now.
blame it on whatever they want, but the fact is, money doesn't lie.
These woke people are such true believers. They're having meltdowns all over the U.S. now.
Sure, that's fine. Like
'Cause
again,
they
that doesn't.
can't accept that they were the worldview that they were conditioned in, this woke crap, is not. They were conditioned that this is the way it should be. Everyone wants it.
That's
Only
fine.
people don't want it. Blah blah blah.
But again, that's not my point. My point is that even if they do that, if you make an entire film like Bros or whatever, and you're like, oh, the LGBT community will love it, whatever, and then it comes out and it doesn't make that much money, it's like, well, that either couple options. One, there's not that many LGBTQ
No.
people that you think there are.
Yeah,
Two,
it's not that they did. They think that this minority woke point that everyone will love this stuff.
yes, but I'm saying even if you believe that and you release a few movies, if they stop making money and you keep releasing them and they keep not making money, you have to be like, okay, well, maybe we should try something different. They don't even hesitate to just lock it in under the same idea. They don't
accept
change it.
failure.
That's assuming they still can pivot and are not
You-
locked in.
You can always pivot.
No,
Yeah,
they
but
have
like
it.
Disney has the choice to do that, not.
If you're
Well,
if
Disney
you're
gave her control to do it
And
because
you
if
just
they're making the
Yeah, but like she would still need to adhere to Disney regulations, right?
Not
So,
necessarily. I mean, it would depend. I haven't seen anything that says that she has to do anything for Disney. Like, all she's in charge of Lucasfilms, and Lucasfilm does Lucasfilm stuff. But maybe whatever his name is, Bob, whatever, the current CEO.
it doesn't matter, whoever he is.
Yeah, the one Bob that's currently in.
Yeah.
I don't know, Iger or the other one.
Like Bob Iger, that one. If he's sending her something like, hey, can you do this? I don't think he pays that much attention. I'll be honest. I really don't. Most executives are the laziest sacks of crap I've ever seen.
Actually, Iger is more of a bottom line type of guy, but the business. Okay, so the Disney board is made up. Was made up of kind of like three factions. Okay, there's the Disney family. There's the hardcore investor types, and there's the woke faction. Okay, rich people who want to make woke stuff. Okay, um, and the Disney family, for whatever reason, sided with the woke rich people for a long time. Now, what's beginning to happen is they're losing so much potential money, is that the woke rich people are losing their ability to guide the company.
When you don't have money, you can't really tell people what to do.
Well, I mean, they're still making something of a profit because Disney just rolls in money. But they like when you at the board meetings, they're going to say, okay, we're projecting this quarter we're going to make $6 billion or whatever, and when you only make a $3 billion profit, you still made a profit, but to the board people, you fail because you make the $6 billion they claimed you were going to make.
Yeah, I get that.
And that adds up over time. And now what happened is two guys, Ike Perlman and the other guy, Perlman's
Like Promoter and
Mutter.
the other guy, I can't remember his name.
We're trying to form a faction to hostilely take over a chunk of Disney and get
didn't
the
work.
money.
Yeah. Sadly, that didn't work. But all
Right.
I'm going to say with this part is going to be basically I want to see actual evidence that Disney's telling them to do anything, because I don't have a reason to believe that they're telling her what to do. If anything, it's the other way around. But I mean, the joke's been going around for forever that she has dirt on people. That's the right. She has her job still. So, I mean, people can believe what they want. I'm not going to tell you what to believe in that regard, but I'm going to say for myself, I need to see them actually have receipts and stuff. Otherwise, I would have a hard time believing it.
A lot of unqualified people getting work they're not ready for, but also a tremendous amount of failing upwards in the industry. You take a guy like James Mangold here. Now, Mangold did
I did like Logan, by the way.
Logan, and that was pretty good.
I haven't seen that one yet.
Rated R Wolverine, baby.
Yeah, I know, but I haven't seen it.
Have you ever read Old Man Logan?
Sorry?
If you have, that's basically Logan in the movie.
Old Man Logan comics and stuff.
Oh, yeah, no, I've not read it.
Deep disgust for the Fox X-Men films as a Marvel Comics X-Men fan, but overall Logan was good. And then he gets Indiana Jones Dial of Destiny, and it's a complete failure in every possible way imaginable.
This is where I think it's like some people need to be guided, some people need to have freedom. I don't know where the people are
but
going
see,
with this.
that just means that this guy is not the one responsible for the success of the previous one.
I mean, if you have people guiding you, you can still be responsible for the success. It just means people recognize the other minor details while you have the overarching theme. Because again, if you're trying to drive a car and somebody's coming on your side being like, watch out, don't, like, you have these little signal thingies that tell you have a car on your side so you don't want to turn into the lane, or you can run into another car or something. They're guiding you. Does that mean you're a bad driver? Not necessarily. It just means that there's assistance, because sometimes you can make a mistake. And I mean, you have people that are like, hey, creatively, this seems like a good idea, but you might want to tweak some stuff here first, and then it'll become an even better idea. And if you have the right people for the job, it'll usually become a very popular hit of some shape or form. But if you don't have those people, or you're supposed to be a creative person, but you're being bogged down by executive interjection of everything, then you're going to make something bad because you're not actually allowed to do what you think would be better because everyone else is just influencing too much about what you're doing, which is why executives should never be influencing things. They just say, I want X in the most broadest, vaguest way possible. For the most part, there might be some exceptions to that. And then everybody else comes in and just says, we're here to help you and assist you. Because that's why you have aides. That's why you have, not STDs, but like people who help you. But that's why you have people to assist you in everything. You have a director, you have an assistant director, you have your cinematography team, and they have their assistants, everything like that. They have people to help you get things when you need them. Where's my coffee? All that kind of stuff. They're all there to support you. Does it mean that because you're the director that all of their additional little pieces of job positioning and whatnot are not part of the success? No, we would say that they're still the success. It's just the director's the notorious one because the director's the one calling the shots normally. So
I guess maybe. I'm not
Financially?
entirely convinced yet.
we'll have a chat about that later then.
Culturally, the branding was bad. Mangold even took to Twitter to argue
This was dumb. Like, there's so many stupid things in this.
with fans, which is never a
Just don't ever fight with your audience. You're going to lose.
good idea. And then, instead of recognizing this failure and someone saying, Mr. Mangold, you're done with legacy properties, go do the Bob Dylan movie instead where you're probably better suited, Lucasfilm hands him the origin film of the entire Star Wars Jedi mythos. Yeah. And then he basically says he's gonna do his own thing. Quote, I'm not that interested in being handcuffed by so much lore. Sure,
See,
the
this is the
context is
main
to
issue.
explain
I think
With what?
with movies these days, right? They get a movie that they can direct or whatever it's called, and then they disregard all that came before in the previous versions of those movies and just do their own thing, not understanding that
The
the
continuity, you mean?
the continuity, but also the core concepts, values, ideals that the originals are about.
Well, I mean, there's that, but there's also things like it's one of the reasons why I always found it strange for like television shows to be like we have a director for this one, and this one. It's like episode 1, 7, and 12, and then they have a different director for all of these other different things. I'm like, why don't you just have the same director for all of them to get a consistency between the behavioral patterns? But even things like, again, I wasn't a Star Trek-y person. I wasn't I was a Star Wars fan, but there wasn't like TV at the time. Stargate had a ton of different writers, had a ton of different directors, yada yada yada, but they could still pull at least the appearance that it all lined up and ran together up until I think it was Universe or whatever, and Universe was terrible. But for Stargate SG-1 and Atlantis, they both seem to stay in line with the behavioral patterns of the characters. The plot fell in line with each other quite nicely, despite having a variety of different people. And I'm sure this is the same thing for things like Hercules, Xena, and any of the classics of popularity and whatnot. But I never understood why you didn't just have the same person. It's kind of like George Lucas did the first Star Wars, but why didn't he do the second and third? Why did they have somebody else come along? Why didn't he just create the universe and then let somebody else do all the stuff? I assume the first one was because it's the first try and he didn't have like power in that particular instance. But it's kind of like, but if you did it right that time, why didn't you do it the second and third? You're the man with the vision. Do it. Just do it. But in overarching patterns, it's like this, because people want to have their name engraved in the stars as like, oh, I'm the bestest ever. So I'm going to take something else from somebody and make it mine and then redo everything. Which is obviously ridiculous because everybody's going to pre-associate it with the series you're participating in. And if you want to impress everybody by how fantastic you are, start your own. Just go do your own stuff. You don't need a pre-established setting for that. Like it's really dumb.
Why he's going like 50,000 years into the Star Wars past, but a statement like that makes me think you're gonna throw away more George Lucas canon because you can. And so we get...
Now, I would agree to some extent, but what I would say about it in the overall would be something more along the lines of, it's harder to screw up the lore the further back you go because things are so different. Like the rules for like the rule of two for Sith.
They'll find a way.
Well,
sure of it.
I know, but I'm saying, like, if you wanted to utilize the generalized lore of Star Wars, like there's Sith, there's Jedi, there's probably even Gray Jedi, or whatever they're called, the in-betweens, what Revan was and everything. You can do all that kind of stuff without having to reference, the Galactic Empire or anything, the new terminologies and new groupings like the First Order. You could go back to just Sith and Jedi being enemies back in the Old Republic days, but you can go even further behind the Old Republic, because I think the Old Republic's like 30,000 years. So you're like going way before. You could probably make the origin story of like the first Sith who discovers the Force, or a Jedi that discovered the Force becomes Sith, or just the people who first encountered the Force and utilized it, or whatever. Like, you could make something like that without stepping on too many toes, as long as you keep the Force consistent with the new stuff, because there's a little bit of wiggle room due to the fact that, you could potentially, over a long period of time, discover something of the Force that you didn't know before, and thus adopt things, and eventually it ends up being the way it is in the new time period, like the current time period. But you don't want to go back and then completely contradict it in its entirety. So I think that it's possible to do it well. I just don't know for sure if he's not going to screw it up, because it's very easy to screw up. But
stories like this every other month or so, but for every imaginable franchise that you could think of. Look, Netflix is doing a Narnia series of films with Greta,
which are going to be trash, by the way.
And she said her inspiration is based in rock and roll. Now, I don't know.
Inspiration of Narnia and rock and roll, because that's something that totally coincides.
Yeah.
Is it like 30 years later? The best
But see,
Narnia.
again, here we have a problem of
1980s
the person who is in charge of this is just doing her own thing.
Yeah. It's gonna be a rock and roll. It's gonna be a rock and
actual
roll musical.
original thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, the original BBC productions were the best.
Yeah, there were like 2 of them or something, but they were really good.
There's 4, if I recall correctly, because they did Chronicles of Narnia, The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. They did Prince Caspian. They did Silver Chair, and then they did.
What I mean is, I think they did
Voyage of the Dawn Treader.
They did Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe twice. Like one's animated, one's live action.
I don't know anything about the animated. I only ever watched the live actions of those two.
Yeah.
Period. But either way, there's 4 live actions of the original BBC that are in like from the 80s or the early 90s, and they're really good. They didn't cover everything, sadly, but again, it's
crazy because the BBC, with its decades of low-budget productions, Doctor Who, Blake 7, whatever, just so much better at everything, and now they've dumped billions on this stuff, and it sucks.
Yeah, because as I tell people who look at the education system, just because you put money in it doesn't make people smarter.
Oh, maybe if you're doing a C.S. Lewis adaptation, you read up on Christianity, because that's what Narnia was inspired by. Aslan the Lion is a Jesus Christ analogy, not Pink Floyd rock and roll. So fans of these properties take to social media and call out all of the atrocities committed against the things they love.
So I would say, yeah, you can check Christianity out, but you don't have to go super crazy into Christianity directly. You could just go into the Narnia books and just follow them. They're literally blueprints for success. I know, crazy idea. Wow. But
yeah, that seems a bit out there.
It's a bit out there. I understand. It's just this. I don't know. I have this thing about, making things make sense. It's just like they're like, "Oh, I want to make it my own." I'm like, "Well, you can make it your own by being the one who makes the good version." Shocking.
A lot of the criticism on Star Wars, on Doctor Who, Rings of Power, Star Trek, they're all rooted in a love for the franchise. That's something that's not really talked about enough. All the haters that hate on corporate media franchise product, they're only hating because of how much they care. If they didn't care, they wouldn't be talking about it at all. But okay, that takes us into this gatekeeping discussion, because some of those passionate
I really wanted to just throw in like random clips of "Get on with it." we got there, guys. We got there.
people say we need to gatekeep our hobbies. Well, what does gatekeeping even mean?
Well, depends on which version you were referring.
Keep the gates, right? Don't let people in.
If you're at a city and it has walls all the way around it, and you have gates, then people have to come through those gates. You have guards on those gates.
And then the enemy army comes, then you.
Well, no, not even that. Not even that. Not even that. You have guards.
I don't know where this analogy is going.
Yeah. you have guards on your gate, and then they make sure everyone has the right passes to get in. If they're merchants, to this, to the other, they check the wagons to make sure nothing's being smuggled in or whatever.
Right. Okay.
And then,
so you don't want illegal immigration, essentially.
No. You don't want somebody who's like a criminal, whether well known or otherwise, to be waltzing in and causing havoc inside your city. You don't want bad people coming in from other places, whether they're fleeing another place, to come into your place and screw with everything.
The term gatekeeper, though, was originally coined by I don't know, social science or whatever, as meaning something bad. That's what he's referring to.
Sure, but that's why there's two terms for gatekeeping, because the way it's used modernly is not the same way as the bad one originally. So gatekeeping used to be, don't let anybody into your area. That's kind of what it was. It was kind of like shut everything out. Now it means don't change what it is. And that's the difference, is that people look at the first one and saying, "Oh, you're just trying to keep people out." I'm like, "No, I want people to come in because I want more people to interact with and talk about."
Right? One of the tactics you can do is, if your enemy continues to call you something or whatever, sort of steal the term.
Well, yeah, it's just evolving the definitions to some extent, but it doesn't remove or replace the prior definition. All it does is it adds in as an alternative definition. So, like, if somebody says, "Oh, you're gatekeeping," and it's like, well, what am I doing? Am I preventing people from joining? And if they say, well, no, it's like, okay, so it's not that definition. Am I preventing people from changing the source material? It's like, yeah. And it's like, okay, so I'm not doing the bad one, I'm doing the good one. Because you can't say both are bad, because otherwise you're just saying do whatever you want to the material, but then the material ceases to be the material. It becomes literally a parody.
Well, no, the source is always the source. It's
but if everything that's produced around that source is constantly different than what the actual source is, it's no longer the source.
It happens to anything in the public domain. So
I'm not even talking about public domain. I'm talking like Warhammer. I'm talking freaking D&D, whatever the case might be. There is, I didn't try to make that rhyme, but whatever the case might be, if you create something, the source material, like people will say, well, you can't say who's a fan and who's not a fan. I'm like, well, you can, based upon how they behave about the fan or about the source material.
Yeah, I'm not talking. I'm saying, like, we have to accept that eventually everything gets in the public domain, and that people are going to make up whatever they want. I mean, look at Conan. Like, Conan basically happened in the public domain right now, and there's a bajillion Conan stuff out there. People left and right,
Yeah. But you can also separate what is Conan from what is not Conan by what Conan does when he behaves and whatever. You'd be like, oh, he's not a tender, loving, guy who's a pacifist.
Yeah, that's diving into, like, point I'm making is, I'm less concerned about gatekeeping the hobbies. That's why I don't like to want to do gatekeeping, and more about attacking the source of the people looking to change it themselves. You know what I mean? That's why I keep bringing these communists who want to destroy everything. The reason woke exists is not because these people, the people who like the ones losing their minds because of the followers or whatever, they're not the ones who invented this woke stuff. It's a bunch of communists who invented it specifically to cause this effect. So you have to attack the root cause because they're not going to stop doing this. They're going to come up with something else in 20 years. Originally, it was economics. Then in the 1950s, the dude came up with they realized the communist argument to divide people by economics wasn't working, so they came up with the thing that DEI and woke are derived from, CRT.
Critical race theory.
Yeah, they came up with they came up with CT, critical theory, and eventually evolved race theory, and said, okay, we can divide the people who conquer on economics, so now we're going to do it with race. And they've been pushing that since the 50s. Now we're winning. We're finally winning on the race thing, but they're going to come up with something else. That's where you have to go after the core. Like if you have a cyst, you have to get the sack out. You can't just take the pus out.
Yes, but you can't just say, oh well, every person who wants to change something is inherently communist or inherently wants anything.
Most of the people who go into this woke stuff, they're followers who maybe even believe this stuff, and that's why I say to them, like
they're normies. Yes.
Well, no, not normies. I'll give you an example. I'm rewatching a show called The West Wing from the 1990s. It's a very leaning show politically, right?
Yeah.
But it has really good acting and it's well written, and it is. I mean, come on, and so I can watch that. Yeah, in my head, I'm like, yeah, I know the economic argument is bullshit or whatever. But when the characters do certain moral things and they're so it's a show everyone could watch. You know what I mean? There's some woke stuff, non-woke stuff. Whereas you get a show like The Acolyte, and it's utterly impossible to watch unless you're a woke person who wants to see woke stuff.
Or you have to be a YouTuber that reviews things. But yeah. But I'm saying in terms of, like the definition of a fan, the only one that can really encompass the fandom is a person who loves the source material. Because if you don't love the source material, you're willing to change the source material. If you're willing to change the source material, you don't love the source material. Because it's like marrying a person, like finding a spouse and saying, I married you because you were this way, and now I want you to change. It's like,
what if you love to change the source material?
What?
What if you actually love to change the source material?
Then you're not a fan of that source material. You're a fan of changing source material.
Or you're a fan of the concepts in the source. Again,
but that's how you make new properties. You don't ruin properties. You don't destroy a beautiful house to build another beautiful house that's different than that beautiful house. You go to the plot next door to it and build another beautiful house that's different.
and that's fine, but like you just kind of, again, I don't want to fight the wrong people. You know what I mean? You got to fight the right people.
I know, but I'm saying, like, in terms of when somebody says I'm a fan of, and people go and say, okay, well, what's your favorite song or episode or board game or whatever? When you're doing that, that's like a nerd challenge we challenge each other with about, like, what do you like the most about Star Wars? What do you like the most about Time Splitters? What is the most you like about Lord of the Rings? What is the most, like, we do it to challenge each other almost on an intellectual level, but also to say, like, yeah, I want to know if you actually love this as much as I do. Now, you don't have to be as knowledgeable as the next person, but you have to just be like, yeah, I really enjoyed this stuff, and then not try to piss all over it. Like, that's counterintuitive to the very purpose you're trying to say, I'm a fan of this. Because why would I say I'm a fan of meatballs and then be like, you know what if we took the meatballs and got rid of them and put in just tomatoes? Be like, that's not the same thing, you bigot. It's like, no, they're just not the same thing. They're not what I came here for. Like, if it'd be like if Tim Pool, for example, stopped showing up on Tim Pool and somebody else came in and took his place. Or better yet, Brett Cooper leaving the comment section and then getting, I think her name's Regan or whatever her name is, and her pops up. Everyone's there for Brett Cooper. They're not there for the other girl. is Reagan.
Well, that's a whole.
I know, but the point is that the reason they're trying, like they're saying, oh well, we're just going to change this material and say it's basically the same thing, but it's really not, because it's not Brett Cooper. So the people show up for something, and then when something is changed, they stop showing up because they came there for a particular personality, for a sound, whatever.
Want to watch Brett Cooper? We'll go watch Brett Cooper. The ones who want to watch with Daily Wire programming, we'll continue to watch.
I know. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying on an actual micro scale of looking at these things. If you read a book series and the book series gets bad, you stop reading the book series, because why would you want to keep reading schlop because the writer got worse?
Well, that's a whole separate thing. There are some book series that were long that I like. Kind of, there was a bad book or two, but I kept going and it got better again, type of thing.
And it might, but you're not going to feel like, ooh, I'm excited about this series when the next book comes out. You're like, I hope it's not as bad as the last one, or I hope it's not as bad as the last one. Now, you have people who are like, I'm going to support my football team, even though they were terrible this year. They went like no wins. They had all the losses, and, sports ball. Yeah. And they get really hyped about it, and they always stick to that team. It's called loyalty, but it's like at the same time, are they the same team? Because they're not the team that won the Super Bowl. They're the same brand as the one who won the Super Bowl, but they're not the same team. They're different players. They're different, whole bunch of other stuff. The staff's different.
You follow the legacy of the team. Like, I'm a Yankees fan, and I could talk about the Yankees even from before I was born. I could talk about the team from before I was born.
Sorry, I was commenting on Yankees games in the womb.
Because my family that brought me into the Yankees fandom taught me about the 27 Yankees and the 36 Yankees and all that,
Yeah.
And then I went to research on my own, and
but what people like are those Yankees at that time. When the new guys come out, they're holding on to it by the brand. They're not holding on to that team because it's the same thing in video games. Witcher 4 is not made by the same people who did Witcher 3. It's the same brand, same development company. It's the same name, The Witcher, but it's not the same team that actually did it. The same thing applies to a ton of games.
That's true to a degree. It's just, when there's a whole culture that's video games are not yet achieved, that sports teams and book franchises, for example, have achieved.
But I could support Witcher 3 without supporting Witcher 4. That's my point. Like, because I identify the difference, and I say it's not they're the same, because Witcher 3 and Witcher 4, the only difference is a number. No, the difference is literally the core of how it was created. The people who put passion behind it.
Witcher 4, they made more of Witcher 3.
Say what?
What if instead of Witcher 4, they added more to Witcher 3?
It would depend on how it shows. Does it stay consistent despite the team change? It probably won't be good. But
how sports franchises and book franchises and movie franchises are. Instead of making a totally new thing, they take the one that didn't exist and keep adding more to it.
Well, again, it would depend on the movie franchise as well. Because, like, if you like a specific Godzilla movie, but there's so many different Godzilla movies from a different lore perspective, you can like a couple of them and be a Godzilla fan and not like the other ones. It's just you have to be more specific on what they are.
That's what I'm saying. Like you could watch like the Showa series, which is the first 20 or so of them, and you come across one or two in the middle that are really bad. But then one movie later, you get Godzilla versus the Astro Monster, which is great. Or
Godzilla
well, that's the fourth era.
I know.
Like I'm just going to show off because people listening will know all the early Godzilla films when I mention them.
Probably not.
Like you can watch. A lot of people hate Godzilla versus the Smog Monster, right? But then you got two really good movies: Godzilla versus Mechagodzilla and Terra Mechagodzilla that came out after that. So it's like it's one of those that's what the case where the one bad doesn't destroy the franchise. Books, sports teams, movies have gotten that. Musical artists have gotten that to that point, right? You can have like one like not a lot of people like Metallica's King Nothing out, Fuel. And I'm remembering the name of the album. I'm remembering the names of the songs, not the name of the album. It's fucking killing me. Those two albums, Load and Reload from Metallica, right? So, but Metallica, the last two albums from Metallica are almost good as early albums. The point is, whereas video games have not gotten to that point yet, like where the franchise Like,
I think they have gotten to that point because Skyrim has a rabid fan base, and there are other games that have rabid fan bases like Star Wars: Knights of the Old Republic.
Skyrim has gotten to that point, maybe.
Yeah, but that's only because of the mods.
Well,
Basically,
yes, it's true, but it's
but
still a fun game even without mods and vanilla.
sure, a Skyrim and World of Warcraft. I
Yeah,
guess Star.
But I'm saying that there are games that have reached that, but the thing is that there's always the audience for video games is typically on the lower age group. It's going to be the children, the teenagers, and the young adults. It's not going to be necessarily as many adults. There are obviously adults do it, and there are a lot of them that do it.
Well,
But the audience grows into it to the point where it fluctuates their understanding of like what everything is.
Mhm.
But it doesn't mean that video games aren't there. But what it does mean is that the actual, like, there are franchises that can reach that point. We could say, oh man, these games are great. Oh man, and then they made a horrible game.
Yeah, we're in agreement there. Franchises, yes. The whole area, no.
Yeah.
According to one of the many mental health websites, gatekeeping is defined.
Their mental health thing takes it from Urban Dictionary.
Yeah.
It's not the mental health site that gives this definition. It's according to Urban Dictionary. And I just read this. Gatekeeping, according to Urban Dictionary, is defined as when someone takes it upon themselves to decide who does or do not have access or rights to a community or identity. I would say that's not the accurate one.
I mean,
But-
I guess it's technically true, but in a way that it doesn't actually capture the reason or the actual core of what it is.
I don't even like their example. They say, for example, if a person mentions they love a particular music artist, a gatekeeper may retort with, "Oh yeah, name 5 of their albums." This line of questioning leads to feeling inferior and unwelcome. Well, I think if you're using the term, "Oh yeah, name 5 of their albums," as opposed to saying, "Hey, what are your favorite 5 albums by them?" Like, or what's your favorite album of those 5 albums?
The example is one of an asshole, of course.
Yeah, well, it's well, I mean, there's plenty, there's plenty of those in every fandom, but it's one of those things where they're literally picking the worst of the worst possible definitions or the worst of the worst possible examples for that definition to make a point without actually looking at it and saying, why do you gatekeep? Because people think that, oh, they were gatekeeping women out of games. No, back then they would have killed to have women come play their games with them. So like all of this is just it's a farce in terms of how this is actually taking place and whatnot. And I don't think that when someone's looking at gatekeeping, they can get an honest opinion from it from Urban Dictionary. Because there's other cultural options. Like, one is preventing somebody from even getting in, saying like it's a exclusive club and you're not part of the exclusive group that gets to come in. And then the other one is saying you can come in, but you can't change the decoration of the room.
This definition they're using is close enough for purposes of this video. You know?
I mean, yeah, if they want to use it as just like a terrible bad person, then sure, this is the great dictionary definition. But I don't think that's the only definition, because this by definition isn't what I'm seeing when it comes to gatekeeping. Like when somebody's accused of gatekeeping, this isn't what they're doing. What they're doing is saying, no, you're not allowed to change the source material. And so people arguing, well, you're just trying to prevent me from being part of the group. I'm like, no, I'm saying that if you're part of the group, you're not allowed to change stuff. Like, for example, I'm trying to remember who said it or something. It was a long time ago, probably 10 years ago or something, where like in the early throes of Discord and whatnot, people would, I might have been Reddit actually, there were people who would come into a place and then they would slowly weed out the people who were like running it and replacing them with other people that they liked, and they completely transformed the entire forum.
Yeah, that's the long march to the institutions.
Yeah,
Well,
but that's the thing is like the gatekeeping aspect of saying, no, you're not allowed to do this, because they think if this is good when it's keeping out the Nazis or the bigots and all those types of people. It's great when you do that. But then they're also saying, I'm a loving person. I'm like, oh, so you love Nazis and bigots. Okay. And they're like, well, no, I don't. I'm like, okay, so you're not a loving person. Okay, just try to clear this up, because you can't just start excluding things if you're that kind of a person. But then again, I don't think they understand what love is. That's a different story.
At the moment, it's like purists, like you know, it's running right. Like it's on the tip of my tongue. Like
I'm a Lord of the Rings purist and a Wheel of Time purist. So.
there's a word, but purist though. Lord of the Rings. There's a term for it, and this gatekeeping you're using it will be a synonym for that term.
I mean, sure, but again, they're using this as a bad definition unless it's in their favor. Then it's a good definition. Where when I'm saying somebody coming in, like for example, if we were to go to a modern comic book or something and be like, hey, this character's gay, whether they're the original character or a different character, and it's like, I'm going to write a comic about this, but I'm going to change them from being gay to straight, they're going to try to gatekeep so hard, and it's a good thing, which they're following this definition, not the definition of don't change the source material, don't play in our playground. They'll be the first ones to jump at the chance to do that to everybody else, but as soon as somebody tries to do it to them, that's not allowed. And it's just like, okay, well, it can't be both. You can't you can't be the person saying don't mess with the source material. Oh, also you can't play.
That's a natural caveman animal instinct. Once you got your place by the fire, you don't want the other cavemen to get to the fire. It's like
just make another fire. It's simple.
They didn't know how to do
it. Someone who takes it upon themselves to decide who does or does not have access or rights to a community or idea.
Now, do you think he's going to mention the other form of gatekeeping, or do you think he's going to be on this one locked specifically? Because I feel like that's going to be the opposite.
Locked on this one.
Okay.
Because it's a 12-minute video.
Well, again, but you can cover both of them pretty quickly if you were not to have multiple people on the same thing.
He hasn't gotten to his point yet. He's still talking about the.
Yeah, his intro was like 3.5 minutes.
Theology. So hypothetically, this looks like someone saying, "Hey, I really liked Star Wars: The Last Jedi," and you replying with, "You're not a real fan. Real fans hate The Last Jedi. Here's a 90-minute dissertation on why you're wrong and I'm right. Get out."
90 minutes is for amateurs. Just saying.
Of my fandom, guys. I don't like The Last Jedi. And The Last Jedi is going to be a reoccurring theme here in this video, so stick around. I sat in the theater and closed my eyes when Luke Skywalker died because I couldn't handle the idea.
Did he die, though, or was he absorbed by the Force? Because there was no corpse, ever.
Well, that's death in Star Wars for a Jedi.
Is it, though?
You merge with the Force.
So you can't be stabbed through the chest and die that way, like Qui-Gon?
Well...
no, but he also emerged, right? So it's the same thing.
Well, he did, but I'm saying like he was never cut down or anything. He got stabbed and his body plopped down on the ground.
In the old EU, it took Qui-Gon longer because he was the first one to be able to do it.
No, that's fair.
He eventually taught Yoda how to do it. That's why Yoda.
So he was essentially right. A zombie.
Faded right away.
So he actually figured it out.
So what about all the ones in Clone Wars that got shot to pieces?
Well, they're dead normally.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They die normally. He didn't die normally. He just kind of went, all right, take me, Force, and then they beamed him up, Scotty. Like
in Legends, the old EU,
he is dead.
Force, but they cannot manifest out of it the way Qui-Gon, Obi-Wan, basically could.
He's pulling an Elijah.
Call a ghost alive, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but at the same time, I wouldn't call him dead because he never died.
Let's just say undead then.
He's a zombie.
He's a zombie. I would say he went the way of the force particles, the force particle cannon. But
idea of them butchering my hero like that any further. I was heartbroken. Experiencing The Last Jedi, I could tell you, was more heartbreaking than when I dumped my post-college girlfriend. Okay? Very upsetty. Luke Skywalker was worse.
Very
that girl
upsetting.
was just
Much
a freak,
spaghetti.
dude. But okay, so gatekeeping is just another form of bullying? Is that it? Like bullying on behalf of your hobbies? Because I could also follow up by saying I have very close friends who adored The Last Jedi. And
it's more so defending against future bullying.
Well, if we're taking his definition.
See, here's the thing. Last Jedi, if it wasn't a Star Wars movie, is not a bad movie.
What?
It's like
Which one's the Last Jedi again?
It's like Man of Steel. Man of Steel is
Episode
a
8.
really good movie, but it's not a really good Superman movie. Like if you change the names of every character in Last Jedi, got rid of the Jedi word, like made up a totally two new mythos for it, it's not a bad movie. You know,
Is
it's like
8 the one where they spent like the entire film
Canto Bite and moving really slow in space.
escaping?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
The
Yeah.
Rian Johnson. Yeah.
And then for some reason they land on a planet, so thinking that saves them.
Yeah, they landed on an assault. Well, the original intent was to throw off, like, have these little hidden escape groups, transports, drop everybody on this little rebel base on this planet that's hidden, and make it look like the ship blew up and it took everybody with them.
Yeah,
But obviously,
whole
the
concept
Imperials
is
fell for that.
super silly.
And then they go to Assault Planet because reasons. But if you look at the deep dive, kind of in-depth reviews of any of those Star Wars movies, they're all not good films. Like, cinematography-wise, they have some okay stuff, but overall, the writing's atrocious for basically all three of them. And plagiarizes in the first one.
if you take out all of Star Wars from The Last Jedi, it's kind of a decent like watch it popcorn film. You got some space adventure, you got some fighting.
If you turn off your brain or have your head amputated,
Well, that's the
then
popcorn
maybe.
film. See, who watches Fast and Furious with their brain on? You know, you watch a bunch of cars flying through the sky.
Yeah,
and,
but when I go to a Fast and Furious movie, I know before I go in that all I'm going to see is ridiculousness.
well, that's the point I'm getting at with Last Jedi. If it wasn't a Star Wars movie, if it was just the Space Warrior, the last Space Warrior, right?
Space Wizard.
and it was the first movie in the franchise, right? Think of what happened in the movie. You'd be like, okay, a little space adventure, a little fighting, a little, little this, little that. Okay, that's worth $10, and everything, and never watch it again. But whatever.
I mean, I'd say there's still problems with it, but
Of course, you got to remember the movie had commercial success, which means that the normies kind of liked it, but don't care about it.
Yeah, but I don't necessarily think commercial success is the staple of it being good. I think it just means a lot of people who just like flashy objects go to see something. It's usually when it's the follow-up, you can see how well something does.
A popcorn film doesn't have to be like a 9 out of 10. It could be a 5 out of 10.
But I'm not talking about popcorn. I'm talking about successful.
It
Like
was
commercial success.
money. By definition, it made money, so it's successful. That's not debatable.
But if it doesn't bring anybody back for the next one, is it that successful?
You say, like, if it's not
because you could just argue that it wasn't successful. People were just bored.
Again,
to go
I'm
see
talking
something.
about if the movie was not a Star Wars movie. It was just a standalone film.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying even then, it would have problems. I'm just saying that if you were to take a film and say it's an average base film, like just take any random film and make it average, and it sells really well, it doesn't mean it's good, or does it mean there are a whole bunch of other things in place, like people were bored, there's nothing going on, they want to be entertained, and nothing was out.
Popcorn film is not. It could just be okay, and people will still go flock to it because they want to go to the movies.
Well, I know, but that's what I'm saying. Is like, what makes the thing successful? Is it that everybody comes to participate in it, or is it because people actually are engaged with it? Because
those are two different definitions of success.
Well, sure, but if I see a movie of, like, let's say there's a trilogy, not Star Wars, but any trilogy.
If people like engage with the movie tremendously, but it makes zero money, will they ever make a sequel?
Yeah, but if you make a sequel and the sequel bombs horribly, was the other one really a success, or was it just a happenstance occurrence where it just happened to do well because of the time period and whatever, and the sequel just shows that they weren't successful because they didn't go watch the next one.
The sequel can also bomb for unrelated reasons to the success of the first one.
We had a discussion about the Star Trek films.
Right. So, for example, would you say the Star Wars films were not very successful because, well, the sequels bombed, right?
Which sequel are we talking about? The original trilogy? Are we talking the prequels or the sequel?
The original ones were all good, but then like the
prequels?
new, no, not the prequels.
The sequels. Were
Well,
they?
the prequels weren't
At least
great.
I think they weren't successful, but
Prequels
I could.
were financially successful, but they were not great movies.
I would say that the talk around them was more negative than positive.
Yeah, I would say the same.
Episode 7 was kind of just literally a remaking of Episode 4. So kind
To
of
be
just,
fair, that was
yeah.
the least bad one. It was
Yes,
okay.
that was the least criminal one by far, but it doesn't mean it was good. People were just, but here's the thing though, in Star Wars, people were deprived of Star Wars for a long time.
You can just watch the old movies.
No. Like they've experienced those, but they wanted more adventures in the Star Wars universe. You can't just go to somebody and say, well, you could just read the books all over again. I'm like, well, yes, but I want more books.
Yeah, but like, why would you need a new movie that's basically just the old one but with different names?
People want to see new things.
Yeah, people want to experience. Like, it's okay. Wheel of Time. There's 15
books.
books.
Is it a change if it's an exact copy?
I mean, there's different characters with different names and different planets doing different things with a different Death Star.
Yeah, they do like the exact same thing.
Yeah, they copy pasted the entire thing. Yeah, I get that. But for one, before they didn't know that. They had to go see it to know that.
That's
and in going to see it, they hadn't. What was the time gap? 15, 20 years since they had the last Star Wars?
Abrams' intent when he made The Force Awakens was to essentially make an homage to Star Wars to sort of capture the new audience and the old audience at the same time. Then do something entirely differently than what we got for The Last Jedi and
well, The Last Jedi was supposed to be a continuation from the episode 7, and it really wasn't.
No, it couldn't be because
well, it could be. That's not what Rian Johnson did.
Jedi wasn't made.
What?
So the movie Abrams wanted to see, Abrams only had time to direct the 7th and the 9th one. So he said to Kathleen Kennedy,
he wasn't supposed to be the 9th one. It got thrust on him.
No, he originally was going to do he signed to do 3. Then he had a conflict with the 8th one. Said to Kathleen Kennedy, find me a director. I'll do all the pre-production. I'll work him through, and he could direct that. And I'll come back for the 9th one. That was the plan. Then Kathleen said, "Yeah, sure." Found Liam asshole Johnson there, and soon as Abrams went to do his other movie, she said to Johnson, "Throw everything he did out, and we're going to do this." And that's when they made their version of The Last Jedi. As soon as Abrams found out about that, he said, "I'm not coming back to do the 9th one." But then Chapek or Iger, whoever was in charge of that, said, "No, you're coming back to fix this mess." So when he came back, he said his first proposal was,
admitting it's a mess.
Waiting to be time travel so I could erase the 8th film. That's really moment. And then that got vetoed.
9 is considered a fix.
Yes, because what Rian Johnson did to episode 8 pretty much shattered what the intention was, and because Abrams, as much as I don't like him, had everything.
Yeah, but how does 9 fix that?
It doesn't, because there was nothing he could do with it, because 8 ruined everything. All the storylines set up in 7 got destroyed in 8. And thus 8, he built a whole new one, but it wasn't Abrams' creation to begin with. So if what Matt's saying is true, because I've heard a different argument for it, because they had other directors signed up for 9 and they all backed out or got fired. If that's the case, that means Abrams kind of had an overall trilogy set in mind of how he wants to do things and set up plot points according to that. Rian Johnson came in and just ignored that entire pattern completely.
Abrams' plan revolved around that Sith artifact that
the what's frick is called exical transmitter or whatever.
But it wasn't like it was in or whatever.
I'm trying to remember what's the term for that.
I vaguely recall the name Wayfinder, but
it's a Wayfinder, yes. But I was saying
not coming back in episode 9 in his version of it.
MacGuffin. That's what I was thinking. MacGuffin.
Yeah,
that was.
So like that Sith artifact was going to be. I don't. Again, it's been 15 years since I read all this stuff. So
it's been a while.
As good as my memory is, it's something like what corrupted Ben would have been that Sith artifact or whatever. You know, that was kind of
corrupting Luke Skywalker to begin with was a really dumb move.
Yeah.
Like Luke Skywalker being like, "I gave in to fear after literally fighting it against the entire galactic empire. I'm an idiot."
I stood up to the Emperor and Vader But I was so afraid of this vision, I tried to murder my nephew.
Yeah, and not to mention the vision that was allegedly imposed upon by Palpatine or whoever in the dark side. And it's like, but he would notice that and ignore it. Like, they severely underpowered him. Either way, we're not getting to the whole Star Wars shindig. But the point being is that when you see something that makes a lot of money, like Seven did really, really well because people were deprived of Star Wars for so long. Same thing as if we don't have say a Superman movie for a very, very long time, and somebody's like, hey, we're going to pop in a Superman movie. People are going to go see it because they like Superman. Doesn't mean it's good. It means they made money because a lot of people wanted to see what it was all about. But if the second one that comes right after that bombs, it's not because the first one was good, necessarily. It could have been good, but you also have to look in the context of what was the culture talking about it. Did they talk about it? Were they saying it was good? Were they saying it's bad? But it's also partially, was it a success, commercial success, because people were aching for another Superman and it came out and everybody wanted to go see it? But then people would be preaching praise about it. Then it means, okay, it's a reasonable position to take that it was a good film because people wanted to go see it. Like, they actively wanted to go see it. They saw it. They liked it. They might have gone and seen it multiple times. People were praising it way afterwards and still talking about it. And then the second one comes out and it would probably get a decent amount. But if you're like, oh, a bunch of people were waiting for it, they went to go see it, but the culture around it wasn't that great, it kind of dived, it means it wasn't that great of a story, or the acting was sus or whatever, or maybe the CGI or something wasn't good enough. And then the second one obviously does bad because people didn't really care for the first one, because the first one only made a lot of money because people showed up because they wanted to see the new Superman thing. And that's why I'm just like, it's not just as simple as, oh, it was a commercial success. Well, if you spend $148 million, hypothetically, on a Superman film, and it makes 400, 800, maybe even $1 billion, but the second one you spend 500 million on, and it makes 200 million, is the first one really a commercial success if you have to use all the profits of the first one to pay off your debts of the second one? I don't see that, but then again, I don't really pay attention to movies nearly as much as the average person does because I don't have time to watch them, and if I am watching them, I want to be really, really impressed. I don't want to be miserable, but that's a different story.
And some of them can recite Star Wars lore back to me like it's the ABCs. And these are people who've been there for me in some of my darkest hours, like ever, like in my entire life. But because we disagree on this factor in a hobby, I'm supposed to gatekeep them? Where is the line on gatekeeping your
How
They're not changing anything, though, right?
they're telling you the lore. Why would you have to gatekeep them?
The ones who liked like The Last Jedi and all.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying, like, if somebody is do not speak of the what was it? Do not speak
Right,
of
gatekeeping you use against people who want to change your
He's
thing.
saying because you stopped it in the middle of the conversation. Boy was saying that he had friends who liked The Last Jedi and all that, who were just as much into the old Star Wars movies and whatever.
Yeah.
He's saying those people should not gatekeep them because they like The Last Jedi, and not agree with him because he hated it or whatever.
But you don't have to gatekeep a person as much as the product if the product is moving away. It's like saying, okay, we're Warhammer. Let's go to your
You have no
local,
control over the product.
go to your local game store or whatever, and you sit down with your friends and you're like, okay, we're gonna play Warhammer 40K, and then people start pulling out all these sets that are not part of the Warhammer lore or whatever, and they're like, oh, we're gonna play this, and you're like, no, not at this table. We play original Warhammer 40K.
Again, the only control we have over the product is whether we choose to purchase it or not.
I mean, I would not agree with that per se, because you can obviously give them feedback. So that's how Sonic got made the way it is now.
You have to listen to that.
They don't have to, no, but if they want money, they do.
Well, no, they don't. To get money, they don't have to listen to it at all. To get money,
if you don't listen to your customers, then you're not.
No,
you're forgetting your marketing. Like, that's how marketing works. You're looking for the group of people you want to purchase your products. Usually, the larger the audience, the better, because the larger the audience means people will pay you more money.
That can enhance your revenue, but you can release something without any marketing at all, and it could be successful.
Could be, sure, but doesn't mean it's guaranteed to be. Like, if you're going from the marketing perspective, you want to take the
Well,
safest position available.
Guaranteed to be successful.
It's guaranteed that when somebody says, "Hey, this Sonic character you guys made is atrocious and nightmare fuel. You need to fix that. Here's some original Sonic lore. Go look at that and see if you can make something off of it." And then they go and do that. That is guaranteed money. Literally guaranteed money.
But the plot could still have sucked.
The what could have?
True, but it's guaranteed more money than it would have if they didn't.
No, but if the plot sucked, it still would have been a failure.
Well, it depends.
not disputing that.
Typically kids don't go for plot either way. But
Again,
for the people who are familiar,
like let's say they had fixed Sonic, but the Sonic movie had been horribly written or whatever, and therefore did not make the money back to cost the investment, there would never been a sequel.
True,
probably.
but it would still have made more money than when they actively chased away those people that wanted Sonic to be
Yeah,
played.
if you piss off the people who are already upset with you, they're not going to come see your movie.
A sports quote can come in handy. Quote Bill Parcells: "You don't play the game to be the runner-up in the Super Bowl. Okay? You want to win. So when you make a movie, you want to make a profit. You want to blow it out of the water."
Yeah, but I don't think he was also going out there and pissing all over the fans either.
You'd be surprised. Football.
I'm saying like when they go out to play, they're going out to get their players to play their hardest to win, allegedly.
The point he made is that when you make a product, right, whether your product is a football team, your goal is to win the Super Bowl. Your product is a movie, your goal is to make money.
Well, yeah, that's the goal. Doesn't mean you're going to get that goal by doing whatever you want.
That's irrelevant.
Not really. Because if you have, like, let's say BattleTech or something that's older, that had more of a steady fan base, and then it kind of drops down and goes out of popularity for a long time, at least a decade and a half or something, and then people don't know about it or don't play it because it takes too long to play or whatever, and they're like, well, maybe let's make a video game about it, or let's do the MechWarrior games and bring back BattleTech through the MechWarrior games, or whatever the case might be. If you're not doing what the original gamers are doing, you don't even have the fan base to hold you up for that perspective, let alone bring in other people. You need to at least have that. You don't screw over everybody who wants to buy your product, because then nobody's going to buy your products.
Not a good example, because BattleTech never went away to tabletop players.
Well, I'm not saying it went away. I'm saying it was never beyond that peak. If there was 5,000 BattleTech players in the world, it never went past that 5,000.
And I can almost guarantee that the only reason the first BattleTech games got made was because people would still make video games in their garages. I remember it. It was an okay game, but it was.
Are you talking about MechWarrior?
Yeah, MechWarrior 1 or whatever it was.
Yeah, my first PC game was MechWarrior 2, and it's one of the bestest ever and has a fire soundtrack. But I never got to play MechWarrior 1. And if somebody's allowed to make stuff in their garages or otherwise, I don't really care. That's how Guild Wars 1 was made, was in a garage.
About the year 1995 to 2000, somewhere in there, you could still make video games in your garage with 3 people.
Yeah, but I'm not talking just MechWarrior, because MechWarrior is not a tabletop. MechWarrior is a first, third person RTS shooter kind of thing.
Actually, the original MechWarrior is the tabletop role-playing game companion to BattleTech.
I know that there's the actual BattleTech game.
I played the tabletop game since 1980.
I know. I'm not talking about tabletop. I'm talking about MechWarrior. MechWarrior is not a tabletop.
MechWarrior was the tabletop. The original MechWarrior was the character. So when you played BattleTech, you were just piloting the robot. You had no character. You just had the robot. When you were just moving, figure around, and shooting each other. The story came in MechWarrior, where you could roll up a character, and that's where all the house lore would you be a prince of the house Davion or whatever. Yeah. So that was the Mech. Then for some stupid reason, despite BattleTech being the franchise, when they called the first game MechWarrior, and everyone who were like, wait a minute, the popular, like, because not everyone who played BattleTech played MechWarrior. It was only like 20% of. I mean the tabletop role-playing game MechWarrior. Or maybe 20% of us actually played the full game. So when you would just play BattleTech, you played BattleTech and MechWarrior. Well, the bulk of the fans know the franchise as BattleTech. Why weren't they calling the first game BattleTech? Now it turns out there's a reason for that. It's because the IP had become kind of split. Because remember the whole thing about BattleTech being sued by Macross and all that.
Yeah, there were somebody thinking about
they
patented art designs and stuff.
They wanted the video game to not be suable by the people who do Macross.
Yeah, and they had to make different designs and all that jazz. Yeah, I remember that. My that's not my issue. Is that even MechWarrior, which is the more popular of the two in my opinion, is not nearly as popular as people think it is. It's really not. They have a very, very small fan base of people who keep them running, and all they've been doing lately is pissing all over them. And that's the thing, is that when you have good books, like I have the entire MechWarrior BattleTech book collection digitally, and the good authors got kicked out because they didn't politically align with the modern people or whatever the case might be. But they lost a lot in sales by doing that, because people were like, well, it's not because I agree with the guy ideologically or whatever. So you just got rid of the good author and put in bad authors who have horrible track records and whatnot. Why would I want to support you in that regard? And that's kind of a constant thing in the grand scheme of things in terms of franchises. They don't have to be big franchises. You can be little tiny franchises. I mean, what's Xbox doing? Throwing away Xbox. They're just becoming basically game developers at this point.
Yeah.
And that's the problem, is that instead of trying to appease the people who are there and have been there loyally for a long, long time, they're doing their darndest to just do everything they can to screw that up, because they think they can just have a right to someone's money. That's not how that works. You don't have a right to someone else's money just because you have a franchise. And just because you have a franchise doesn't mean you're guaranteed to make money. There's plenty of good movies that should have turned out awesome franchises that just they fizzled out because they didn't market to the right people. But that's the whole thing, is that they're not marketing this stuff to the global audience to the point where, like, BattleTech and MechWarrior are never going to be as big as Warhammer. Never going to happen. Never going to happen, because they don't know how to do it. But if somebody came in and said, hey, let's do it this way, and they made a lot of money off of it, they'd be like, we knew how to do this all along. No, you didn't.
The problem, the person who owns the BattleTech, who's on the BattleTech franchise post lawsuit, is this niche German company that just kind of licenses it out, so to speak.
Yeah, they're lazy as usual, but that's a different story.
You need like a big company, like not that I would want Wizards of the Coast to get all the BattleTech.
No.
You would need like a big company like that to grab the franchise and say, we want to.
You need Elon Musk's new AI gaming companies to do it.
Gaming industries, MGI.
Hobby. Who's the paragon of virtue to tell us what must be gate kept? The term gate.
The fans.
Well,
I am.
Okay, so how do you tell who the paragon of virtue is? Well, by the person who has an explanation for why they think something. So if you come out and say, I think the original trilogy is better than the sequel trilogy, you can go out and point out a whole bunch of things. There are flaws to the original trilogy, but despite those flaws, the spirit of the series stays together very nicely. Then you go over to the sequel series and you don't have that same argument. But if somebody tried to argue from that perspective, you could point out the other problems, like the choreography and the fightings, the other poor attempts at creating spaceships that move slowly in space and drop bombs through gravity in a spatial capacity. None of that which makes sense, but okay. And somehow not expecting losses and all that kind of, like, ignoring what you have in the universe to actually do what you want to do, like Y-wings to plasma torpedo through shields and hit the actual ship and cause damage. Why would you not use that? We're not going to use anything that we had from 30 years prior, aka A-wings, B-wings, Y-wings, not hardly any even X-wings, but they only use X-wings because X-wing is the standard that everyone's familiar with.
They're the ones that make new toys, money.
Yeah, but I mean, all the different types of ships, if you can present them to where a
Okay.
kid says that's really cool.
Okay, too much about bad Disney Star Wars. The dog is upset.
Yes, well, that's because the wife just got home. But yeah, things
Stop.
like
And Doggy, he's saying, "Stop him fucking about Bad Star Wars! Stop him now, please! I've had this for the Bell Tower."
we've covered it long enough, but at the same time, they're still going to screw up Star Wars. But essentially, it's how do you tell who the paragon is? Who's in the right when it comes to you can't screw this up or you need to gatekeep this in terms of preventing from somebody from screwing up the source material? It's rather simple. One, who's on the side of the source material? There's your first guess. Two, do you have a reason to implement something that does not hold to the source material? Like having Luke, for example, be fearful for literally no reason when he's the most hopeful character in the series. That doesn't make sense. That those things don't tie, especially when all he's doing is making the Jedi bigger and better and returning them, ironically Return of the Jedi, back to what their former glory days are, and making that time before the First Order approaches and making the Republic better. Why would he be fearing this? There's no logical reason for this. So you can point to these types of things and say, well, actually, that doesn't make sense.
Speaking of what we're talking about, and this has got to be like an X joke, but some dude posted breaking: Amazon Prime cancels Rings of Prime season 3 after USAID grant funding increased racial diversity and LGBT representation among the peoples of Middle Earth gets axed by Doge.
But yeah, so
If
there's
only.
there's this idea that it's impossible to tell who has a more correct position when it comes to who has the rights to tell other people what isn't whatever it is. And I disagree with people when it just says blanket statement, it's the author, because half the time the author's not involved. But when it comes down to, you can argue things. So if you have two positions, you can argue according to the source material which one actually follows closer to the source material, and that's usually the one you pick. It's pretty simple. And there's always going to be an extra argument somewhere, so there's never just one argument and two argument. There's like a whole spider web of it.
Assuming it's enjoyable. I mean, like
well, even unenjoyable, you can tell which one follows the spirit of the material or not.
Okay, I have enjoyed everything Tolkien ever wrote that I've read, meaning all the stuff related to the Legendarium. Yeah. But in theory, he could have written something I wouldn't have enjoyed. Had that been the case, I wouldn't have paid for it. You know.
Well, yeah. I mean, if you don't enjoy something, you don't get it, which is fine. That's why a lot of people don't read the Silmarillion, because it's a difficult book to read, which I disagree with. But even like the poetry books and stuff, it's like, okay, you don't have to like poetry. It doesn't mean the poetry is bad, but it's poetry, and you're not required as a fan to consume the poetry. But you can't argue that it's not Tolkien's, because it is obviously Tolkien's. It's his poetry. So same thing for the languages. You can't argue that those aren't his languages. They are his languages. But then again, Tolkien also had a constant one-time, like one author kind of authorship, where it's all his ideas and everything put into it, even if his son had to finish some of them for him. But
gatekeep your hobbies is flawed because there are no boundaries on what gatekeeping actually is, what it means.
You can't define it, therefore you can't argue for it or against it.
It's protecting the thing you love from being changed by outside forces.
So basically, and to Sage's earlier rendition of gatekeeping, it'd be more like having walls to prevent the enemy forces from attacking and, destroying everything you love, your family, your town, everything you've ever known.
Yes.
Or you can tear down your own walls. You could turn down your own walls and just let anybody in to just destroy and demolish and redo everything. Kill you, kill your family, or enslave everybody and force them to do what they want to do because their culture's different. Well, I mean, I would say that's probably a bad idea.
I would be inclined to agree, yes.
How one would do it. Therefore, it devolves into a form of being a dickhead and bullying to keep people out who share different ideas than you.
What? What?
He's just being. I don't
You
know.
don't, you don't have to be a dickhead to gatekeep. Like, you could be a really nice person and say,
He's saying, you're missing his point. He's saying doing that is being a dickhead.
yeah, you're not a dickhead just because somebody says you're a dickhead. You're a dickhead when you behave like a dickhead.
Well, he's saying behaving in a way that gatekeeps is being a dickhead.
That's a pretty subjective opinion.
Well, all opinions are subjective.
Not if they're based in reality.
All opinions are based in reality.
Not all opinions are based in reality.
Besides reality. What else exists besides reality?
The imagination of your own brain?
That's in reality.
That is not reality. Otherwise, I'd have a lot more unicorns.
My brain's in another universe?
No. Your brain is one
They're
in
part
the
of what
universe.
exists or not.
What?
Again, you're the term opinion by that means essentially your personal subjective belief.
I can kind of go in line with that, but at the same time, if I say an opinion that isn't a fact, but it's just one stance I hold, is it a fact or is it still my opinion? And that's not necessarily true. Okay, so in that sense, one is based in reality, and then if you have an opinion but is not based in fact, then it would be not reality.
Is true. Does that make general relativity true?
I didn't hear your question. Say it again.
If I have the opinion that general relativity is true, does that make general relativity true?
No.
But it is true, though.
But it is true.
It is, yes. See, it is.
So there's a difference between a fact and an opinion. But if my opinion is that the fact is correct, and the fact is correct, then it's based in reality. But if I have an opinion that this other thing I think is a fact is correct and based in reality, but it in fact is not correct and it is not based in reality, is not based in reality. Same thing is like, just because I have an opinion that the one power exists does not make the one power a piece of reality.
It's still based in reality. It's just wrong.
The one power is not based in reality.
Really? The Wheel of Time was never written?
No, the world of the Wheel of Time is not the world we live in.
But the book was written where the one power was created, correct?
The book was, yes. The books, the physical objects are based in reality, but the words they are in, no.
Does not make it true. Or does not make it more than a delusion.
Yes, but that's like saying a thought. If I think something in my head and nobody else knows what it is it based in reality or is it based in my mind?
If you believe you flapping your arms will let you fly,
and you're not a bird, you're delusional. And
you jump off a building, we all know you're going to die.
But his opinion is that he can fly.
And
he had alleged facts that could prove it, and he was wrong. So he was delusional, and thus was not based in reality. You can't prove
it if it's a belief.
No. Do you believe general relativity is a fact and it's true?
I do, but the belief has no bearing on the truth of it.
The belief does not have a bearing on the truth of it, but the belief that it is true is still a true belief.
It would be true.
If you what?
Even if I did not believe in general relativity, it would still be true.
Okay, and?
My belief is my personal choice to hold something to be true.
Yeah. That doesn't... Your belief of something does not mean it is in reality or not in reality.
Everything is in reality.
Except the belief itself is.
Is non-existence in reality?
Probably not.
Maybe, maybe not. It depends how long you die.
It's a trick question, but the answer is obviously where there is nothing, is there something or nothing? Because if nothing is something, then there's always something.
Depends what happens to your mind when you die.
Well, that depends on if you hold to the mind and the brain being the exact same thing.
Well, no.
I do not, but that's a different story.
If there is no religious truth that there's an afterlife of some sort, then non-existent happens when you die.
Well, no, because that'd be like if a tree falls in the forest and no one's around to hear it. Does it make sound? You're saying, well, I was
I don't think
there.
that's necessarily non-existence, but rather absence.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's like, if I die and my experience of the world goes with me, does the world continue? Well, as somebody who has not died and somebody else
knows?
has died, I can tell you that when they're gone, everything is still going.
Right, but how do you know that doesn't also
Universe is
apply to you?
everything that exists.
Because otherwise I'd be a sophist.
Right.
And I'm not a
But
sophist.
how do you know that's not true?
I don't have a way to know that's true. But at the same time, if that was the case, then there'd be no reason to literally anything.
Yeah.
Well, no, I mean there'd be a reason for stuff that just wouldn't be
Good reasons.
There would just not be any consequences to what happens after you're not.
Well, if
no longer
that
here.
was the case, there would be no morality, because there'd be no basis for morality.
Oh,
And that's
no,
a whole bunch of things. We're not going to go over there, but the point being, that's a whole other video for a whole other time that nobody wants to watch. We can do that in private. But the grand scheme of things, if somebody's like, I have an opinion, and like, I have an opinion. Okay, so you have two people with two different opinions. And they're talking about the same thing. And they say, I think this is better. And this one says, I think this is better. Which one is correct? You can't both be correct because they're polar opposites.
But they could both be wrong.
They could both be wrong, but they can't both be correct. They're both exclusivist claims.
Well, could both be correct. Don't you remember the story about the blind man, the deaf man, and the deaf man and the elephant?
Yes. Well, that's different perspectives. That's not them being correct about the same thing.
Well, they were correct about what they were perceiving.
If you're looking at it from a very vague perspective, yes. But I'm saying in terms of, if I say, Sage, you like The Last Jedi. I don't like The Last Jedi.
I don't.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
Shut up, you lose. But anyway, you like The Last Jedi, and you're like, well, I think it's great, and this, that, and the other, and that was really fun to watch, and blah, blah, blah. Like, you're making all your points and everything. I'm like, but it doesn't hold to this. And I have, like, an actual attachment from my perspective all the way back to the source material.
And Sage is
yours doesn't have any connection. It's purely off of personal preference and personal opinion, not off of actual source material. You can go on a limb and say,
Notice
okay,
the opinions aren't source material based, though.
If I say I think this holds to the source material, that's my opinion, isn't it not?
Okay, sure.
And if that's actually
Your
based on the
opinion
evidence
doesn't
true,
become more valid.
knowing that something holds,
because
it's not
you-
necessarily an opinion. If you prove it, it's knowledge. If you just say it, it's an opinion.
well, if I say I hold to it, it's an opinion.
But if you present something without proof, that's it's an opinion.
I mean, I could have an opinion and provide evidence for my opinion. That's how I support my opinion.
Yeah, but the evidence is that you just like it.
No, that's your that was your position.
No, I don't. You do.
You're in the wrong argument. No, your opinion was it was flashy, it was wow, it was amazeballs. That was your opinion.
Okay.
And my
Sure.
opinion was it doesn't hold to the source material because X, Y, and Z. The cinematography was good in this area, but the choreography was bad in this area. And here's all the particular screenshots and everything. Like you're giving actual like accounts for why things are, and then you're saying
Sure. So
attach
what's
that
their
to the source
point
material.
exactly here?
The point was that one of us is based in reality, like actually attaching things,
So are
providing
you
some evidence.
saying The Last Jedi is not flashy?
No.
Whether Sage likes the
Then
last,
in my opinion, in
dictates
this
really not.
hypothetical, would still be correct.
Well, no, your overall opinion was that it was good. It was good Star Wars.
what
Yeah,
if
but maybe good in my hypothetical situation that I do not actually believe, right, is based on different standards.
Okay, how would you fight your own argument then?
what if hypothetical Sage
But this
hypothetically
it's not
likes the Last
possible
Jedi?
to fight it because opinion does not necessarily have to follow the same standards for everyone.
If you're talking about the same
If
area
I
of
say
expertise,
something
yeah.
is good because it has this thing that I like, then that's the end of that argument, because I consider it good because of something that it has.
So you're an
If you
okayist.
say, no, you
That's
say,
what an okayist says.
you say, I don't think this is good because it doesn't have what I like, which is
Well, that wasn't my argument.
Fine.
My argument wasn't
No,
it doesn't
it's-
have what I like. My argument
So
was that it doesn't
you
hold to
don't
the
like
original
the
source
source
material. No, I do like the source material.
Right.
Well-
and it doesn't have that. So
But
you
my
think it's
argument
good.
wasn't I don't like it because it doesn't do what I like and hold to the source material. My argument was I didn't like it because it didn't hold to the source material. There was no connection to the source material.
And I don't care about this in this hypothetical, so it doesn't matter.
Well, I know it doesn't matter, but that's what I'm saying is who gets to choose what side has more bearing on the future of said property.
Whatever they want.
Well, then everybody, you're going to have 3 million people who go see this movie with 3 million different opinions, and you're going to have no
Mhm.
actual course of any direction.
And that's why
There's a
it-
reason
it-
when you
no,
have
it
a
isn't
plane,
correct.
you have a pilot, and they take control of everything.
See, the issue here is that it's just the majority that decides.
This is why I hate democracy. It's trash.
Yeah.
But if you have the majority of people who don't care about Star Wars, but they just care about being entertained,
Right, but
The
they're
majority.
disqualified because they don't care, because only the people that care fight for stuff.
yes. But if you fight for something, well, then they'll fight for it because they get really offended because they're egotistical nut jobs that think, oh, well, yeah, I liked it, and you're personally attacking me because you think it's bad. I don't watch bad things. I only watch good things. You know, like those retards. But the point is that if you have people who are fighting for said thing, like
Mhm.
I like Star Wars because I'm a Star Wars fan. I'm a fan of
And
Star
if there
Wars.
is no one on the opposite side, then you have the moral authority in this case.
If there's nobody else to fight, I have the more.
Well, there is
It's not good.
okay. There is
Look,
a-
this isn't a moral. This is a moral question, so I'm not worried about the morality aspect.
So-
Fair enough.
This isn't food or children or or shelter or water or whatever. This is just or life or death or whatever. This is a movie, okay? And
Yeah, there's plagiarism.
now
Yeah, so
the angle that does matter though is the angle that these communists are using to attack through these franchises to enjoy people. You have to keep pointing it out
You're like Ben Shapiro. We just like use that as like a leeway right into the next thing.
because they're never going to go away. They're
Well-
going to keep doing everything they could.
You
so long
can't
as-
argue from the fan perspective because it's just an opinion.
I'm not arguing from the fan perspective.
you can, because if you're the majority,
It is-
the
I
majority
don't care about it
sits
at all.
down,
That these woke people are that
it doesn't sell.
these communists are still wrecking like franchise. Like what's something I don't care about? I'm trying to think of Hell, I don't care about
He cares about so many things. He has to think about something he doesn't care about.
I don't care about Hell, okay?
Well, no, to be fair, you don't really think about the things you don't care about, so it's hard
But
to
I
know
don't want
which
to
ones you don't
watch
care about.
Communist
I have an
DEI
active list.
wrecked the Halo TV show. Okay? I don't care about the Halo franchise. Right? I don't want these people, they will go into everything, even the things we don't care about. Like, you don't care about sports, right? You're not a sports guy. Well, they've gone into and put this DI into sports as well. So the point is, this whole gatekeeping thing, the people who need to be gatekept are the ones who are these communists, not the people who have opinions that are laughable to me. People who are like, people like hypothetical sage, not real sage, just hypothetical sage, who love The Last Jedi.
The Last Jedi hypothetical sage.
I may find them liking it laughable, but I don't disrespect them as a human being for it because they have an opinion.
Yeah, but nobody's saying you have to disrespect somebody
See,
by having a different
that's
opinion.
why this whole guy's point of that's connected back to the video we're watching.
Yeah.
His
talking about gatekeeping,
friends
so.
that are massive Star Wars nerds apparently, and
That
still
like
like
The
the
Last
Last Jedi, right? He doesn't have to disown them or something
Yeah, you
just
don't have
because of that.
you don't have to disown somebody.
Because the opinion itself is not bad.
I mean, it is. It's bad. It's a bad take.
It's maybe not great according to our point of view,
Well,
but it's
you could
not
argue
like
objectively it's bad.
actively.
Let's keep going. Go ahead.
Uh,
Go through this video. Let's keep.
I was letting
maybe.
Sage finish his comment first. I'm not going to be rude.
Yeah, but you still interrupted. So now
I didn't. Matt did.
Fair
Well,
enough,
Sage,
maybe,
well,
but,
it's hypothetical or real Sage talking now. We got to get that clear.
this is real Sage.
Real
yes.
Sage talking about hypothetical Sage.
Right, but the point is the opinion itself is not the thing that is bad, right? They can still be a part of the community,
Mhm.
but if they are a minority, they should not be allowed to change the setting, essentially, right?
Like if you had friends that played Star
Against
Wars
the
Legion,
majority's will.
if you had friends that played Star Wars Legion, and you go to your local game store or even your house, and you have friends that come over and they like Last Jedi, it's like okay, whatever. But when you're playing Star Wars Legion, you're playing Star Wars Legion according to the lore of Star Wars Legion. You're not playing according
Yeah,
to the
sure.
lore of.
By the way, I
The Last
should
Jedi.
probably note that this is not just a simple majority, right? It's a weighted one, where the amount of
The
care you
heavy.
have about the no, it's so if people who care more about Star Wars because they're invested, right?
Mhm.
They have a more stronger vote representation in this system.
Mhm.
The normies who just look at it, oh yeah, looks fun, flashy, whatever, they don't really count for much in this majority. They have a smaller vote share.
Mhm.
So that's where the majority part comes from, right? So the minority is people who maybe care a lot but want it to be different.
Yeah, that makes sense. Like
With a lot of normies around them, perhaps, who don't really count for much because they're not invested. And then you have a majority, maybe, of invested fans who count really, well, much more than the others. So in that case, you have a system where you have a majority who is a fan of the original stuff. Maybe they could be convinced to like an additional new thing that's different, but maybe still good enough. So that counts as canon, perhaps. But the gatekeeping is specifically against a minority changing the hobby or the franchise slash whatever.
Yeah, normies aren't coming in to change the hobby.
No. So, but this is the high caring minority who maybe can keep it alive a bit with the normies around them, but once it starts to make it so that they are also disinterested because it becomes boring or whatever,
Well, whenever the normies migrate,
they fall off.
they're a little
Yeah,
tiny.
exactly.
Well, that's the thing is like
That's
it was
why
the
they
same
don't
thing.
have a high count in the
Well,
shares.
the normies aren't invested in the franchises. They just want to see something entertaining or whatever.
Well, the thing is you can be a normie going in and you can come out a fan. It's possible. That's how we all became fans. Is we were all normies and then we found out we
but
liked
then
something.
you move to either the fan that cares about it, that likes the original stuff, or you become a
There's two things I'll say before we continue on. One,
anti-person.
it's the same thing in the Wheel of Time community. There's people who like, I read the books and I like the show. And it's like, just because you read doesn't mean you're a fan.
So those are the minorities in this case.
Yeah.
I assume.
But in the terms of things like Warhammer 40K. So when this controversy in Amazon was going on with Henry Cavill being like, no, we're not putting, female space marines in this stupid thing and whatever, because that's not how that works. It's not part of the lore. It's going to ruin everything. And then people going like, I hope they take the war out of Warhammer 40K because it's terrible and I can't share this with my kids at school. And it's like, you literally can't remove the entirety of what makes 40K and still call it 40K.
Hammer 40K.
Huh?
Peace Hammer 40K.
Yeah. It's more like a peace fluffy 40K, but like it's the idea that you can change something from what it is to something else and it still be the same thing is ridiculous.
I advanced one unit of the Paxius Majorius, and they start saying we shall overcome at the enemy.
Yeah, I guess that's fair.
Let's continue.
And if you've watched my channel at all, that ideology in and of itself is the antithesis of truth. because to seek truth is to ask questions and to be able to disagree with those who have differing opinions than you. But
Which
okay.
is why
I agree
they
with
are
that.
not necessarily gate-kept. It's just that once the minority starts to change against the will of the majority, that's a problem. Those people you want to gatekeep.
I got you. I know where the root of this is really from. You want to keep ideologues and activists out of your entertainment, right? Like,
Yes.
that's what this really comes down to. Let's bully the woke bastards out of our media.
I mean, he could just say there's a
Let's
different
defend
there's
our
a
media
different
against woke
definition
bullying.
of gatekeeping.
But
And
see, here's the thing. I don't have a problem with,
because
I don't mean communists, with the people who like woke stuff, for example. Like, I'll give a great example. The first 2 or 3 seasons of The Flash on the CW, they're really entertaining.
Decent-ish, yeah.
They're entertaining.
it's the CW. What do you expect?
Entertaining, right? So
But
you,
at
if,
least the first few ones were entertaining.
yeah,
when
you could be woke or non-woke and both get
for
out of
weeks.
those 3 or 4 seasons, right?
Well, anybody who's woke could have an enjoyment out of anything because their only limitation is them being bothered by something. They could literally not be bothered by it. But for fans, it's hard to not be bothered by something because it will bother you when something goes wrong. When you have Tom Bombadil in Rune, it's going to bother you when you know he's not in Rune.
Well, that's a whole. Let's just leave Tolkien out of it. We're going to be there.
I'm not just talking Tolkien. I'm just saying a fan who likes something. If Harry Potter is in a different place other than Hogwarts, and the entire scenario is different because it's just somebody wills it to be that way, the fans are gonna be like, that doesn't make sense. Why is he not at Hogwarts? Where's Quidditch? Where is the Sorcerer's Stone? Where is the Goblet of Fire? Like, why is all this stuff missing? Because somebody just felt like changing it. They're obviously going to be bothered by it because that's what a fan is. A fan is somebody who's bothered by those changes. When you do it correctly, like, I mean, there might be a missing piece of information or something. Like the Lord of the Rings movies might not be word for word. They're still really good, but they might not be word for word. They might be missing whole chunks of little information or something.
They're excellent movies. They're just average adaptations.
But that's not my point. My point is that they're going to miss things like Tom Bombadil. They're going to miss things like that because they have constraints in that medium. That's one thing. But to change everything, to make Tom Bombadil the Dark Lord, to make Mordor actually up in Arnor, to throw everything around would be to be destroying the source material. And that's kind of my point is that what this guy just said, he's like, you just want to keep the ideologues and all these people from coming in and changing your stuff. Okay, pause. What do you call that?
Gatekeeping.
Well, if you're not using that term, because if it's already being priorly used, what do you call it?
Self-defense.
Self-defense. I shot him because self-defense.
No. I call for use of a catapult.
3 cows. A catapult. No, you call it gatekeeping because you're preventing them from influencing the source.
We weren't allowed to use that word.
Well, according to their opinion of how the definition should be.
But you said.
I mean, the novel.
I'm saying that's because that he won't acknowledge it as that's what it's called. I'm saying he's the one saying it's gatekeeping is this thing, not that gatekeeping is this thing and this thing.
When confronted by the woke, you go, you will not pass, which is what will not is the book, by the way. You will not pass.
I thought it was you shall not pass.
That's the movie.
Well, once they transition, they don't pass, but that's a different story.
It's you will not pass in the novel.
Fair enough.
What if I told you that doesn't work? What if I told you this is a moot point? Let's bully the woke.
Let's let them destroy everything we hold dear because it's all pointless.
Let's open the gates and let the orcs come in to destroy, right?
They're just black people. What could possibly be wrong, right? Or worse, they're just Mexicans. D&D is a joke.
Woke bastards out of our media? Ours?
Yeah.
It's not in our media. It's out of the source material.
You know what happens, you asshole? You know what happens? D&D eliminates orcs from the current edition. That's what happens.
And half-elves. everything else is half in between. It's just it's ridiculous because he's like, you know what happens, and it's like, you just protecting your stuff means it continues. It sustains itself. It withholds itself away from all this other stuff that's changing it.
You know, this guy
Nothing
reminds me of.
happens.
There's a guy. What was his name called? He was a friend of Boogie 2988, the computer guy.
I know.
I don't care at that point.
You've probably seen videos. He's a long-time YouTuber. He used to do tech videos, then got into all politics and
Are you
stuff.
talking about Linus Tech Tips?
No, not Linus.
He's the only one I know of. So.
And he started doing videos like the complaint. Well, because people did not like the woke stuff. He started. I've literally seen him do this video 10 years ago.
Yours, mine, theirs, whose? It's not ours at all. Star Wars is not ours.
Whose is Star Wars? Maybe the original visionaries.
It's not yours. Star Trek is not yours. Doctor Who is not yours. Lord of
Right.
the Rings is not yours. Dungeons and
But
Dragons
we
not
are
yours. World of Warcraft
fans.
ain't yours. Stranger Things definitely not yours. Pokemon someone else's.
I'm getting
Wait, why is Stranger Things definitely?
Why am
whereas
I?
the other ones are
Why am
just
I
not?
getting Matt Walsh vibes from him right now?
Don't know.
Halo, another guy's. Mass Effect, ooh, trendy. Every single hobby, franchise, fandom, character, and storyline you love from any of these mega franchises is not yours to claim. That's a very harsh reality that
But nobody's.
The whole
who's-
point. Well,
who's-
no, it is. I
Who's
think.
claiming them though?
The fandom claims it as the thing they like, right?
But they're not even claiming
it
it.
has
He's-
it has no value without the fandom.
But
So
they're
it's
not. They're not
good.
claiming it though. They're defending it. Like
He-
soldiers don't have claims of the city they protect. The Lord has that right.
He
The
is.
soldiers just have the duty
Right.
to protect it.
He's doing something a little insidious here. He's
Okay.
so.
Bait and switch.
I think of the way to explain this. Basically, he's trying to say to you, who want to protect the ideological integrity of your franchise, right? I mean, not that you own it or not, but you want to protect its ideological purity. Okay. He's saying that you, because you don't own it, should not have should therefore just sit there and shut up. And when other people want to do something different with it, because they don't own it either. Okay. Now, my argument is, canon does belong to the owner of the franchise until it's in public domain, but you still have the
I would
right.
disagree.
people-
Oop, I would
You
disagree,
still
but
have the freedom of expression about anything. And if we want to express ourselves and say woke Star Wars sucks and we don't want to associate with it and we don't want to pay for it, that's our right. But it has nothing to do with the fact of whether we own it or not. We have the right of freedom of association and expression and opinion.
Sage, maybe you might not agree with me. You may agree with me. I don't know.
He's in Europe, so let me go with that.
Sage, would you agree with me that canon is that which does not conflict with prior foundation?
Well, I think that's a bit too vague of a definition.
Well, I'm trying to leave it kind of open ended because I can't.
But that
narrow it.
is one of the requirements for canon. I would say.
Because if somebody is like, Melkor's the Dark Lord, Sauron becomes the new Dark Lord, but they're like, actually Gandalf's the Dark Lord, we would say regardless of who owns
That's
the
not
IP,
canon, obviously.
it wouldn't be canon. And it's the same thing for Star Wars. If the Force is
Well, I would say it wouldn't be true of the source.
well, true, but I would say it can't be canon because canon is the source. The source is canon. You can't decanonize the canon.
Well, do you know what the word canon comes from?
I feel like I have had this recently put in my brain and I have forgotten already. Feel free to
How,
knock me out.
the official canon of the Catholic Church.
Keep going.
The concept of a canon is what comes essentially from the Catholic Church, College of Bishops establishing the canon of the Catholic Church. And then everyone else took that concept of the canon and put it on literature and movies and whatever else was out there.
Okay.
That still doesn't tell me anything about what canon is. Just the process.
Canon inherently means you have to have a controlling body to it. You have to have a centralized authority to say what is and is not canon.
That doesn't make much sense.
Well, that's what 2,000 years of history, my friend. You know.
Well, there's a difference between acknowledging something is canon and saying something is canon.
If there's no canonical authority, there is no canon.
Well, not necessarily true.
Who's to say what is canon?
We've had this conversation. We're not having this conversation again. We'll go into like a 40-minute, just this one particular topic. The point being is that if that were true, and all it took was a position of authority, who has the authority at that point to make that canonical deduction reasoning? You could say whoever owns it, but that doesn't make much sense because they can literally do anything with it because they own it, not because it's within the world. They could have Star Wars intermingled with Lord of the Rings because they own both IPs. That's not canon.
That doesn't mean you have to accept it.
It's not a matter of whether I'm accepting it or not. It's a matter of whether it's canon or not. Something cannot be canon if it blatantly contradicts itself.
Well, here's an example for you. I don't accept that turd Jason Skywalker killed Mara Jade. I don't accept that at all, but it's part of the canon.
Well, it's the part of the Mara Jade canon, specifically.
It's part of the legend canon.
Well, it's specifically part of that line canon, yes. That's not technically the canon, but it was attached to it, so you could say that sure, if that's how Mara Jade goes out, that's how Mara Jade goes out. But
I don't accept the point that I took all my Star Wars novels and burnt them on a barbecue.
Okay.
So the point is, just because something is canon, part of the core lore or whatever, you don't have to accept it. We have the freedom to like what we want to like.
I agree. But that doesn't mean, just because we have the freedom to like what we want to like or whatever, doesn't mean that whoever owns something means they can have whatever say they want and everything they produce becomes canon. That doesn't follow.
Well, again, this is why I prefer to use the term canon with its historical connection, that there's a presiding authority. Meaning, whether for Star Wars, if we bought the IP and formed the Star Wars collective where we voted on stuff, fine. If you want to have Disney because they own it, fine.
We don't do democracy here.
Yeah.
That's not how this works.
But the point is, just because Disney made Disney canon, like got rid of the original U and all that, and made all that horrible shit, doesn't mean we have to acknowledge it at all.
Well, yeah, but I don't have to say it's canon either, because it's legitimately not. Like a canon, whether it be the Catholic canon or whatever, but like historically speaking, from a book perspective, from a story perspective, it's the continuation. It's the constant. So if you have a story like the Iliad and whatnot, you have the character starting and going through the whole thing. But if the ownership of who's writing that book switches in the middle of the book and all of a sudden he's going to Candyland,
that's a separate thing, because once something gets in the public domain,
I don't care about public domain. That's authorship, or that's ownership. That has nothing to do with the actual story.
Once something gets in the public domain, there's no more canon for anything.
No, once it goes to public domain, people make up stuff, but makeup is not the same thing as the source material.
Mm-hmm.
So
if it's in the public domain, then it just means
not use the term canon to refer to the source material.
The only thing that open domain is going to say, or public domain is going to do, is means I can't get sued for my writings. That's literally all it means.
I'll end the conversation this way. I object to the use of the word canon to have it stretched to refer to things that don't have owners.
Well, they do have owners. It's just the owners don't have to be alive.
No, not the public. Once in the public domain,
I'm saying like the original author, the person who creates an idea or a vision or something and puts it into play, is the authority on that thing. Anybody who wants to deviate from that thing can make up their own version, but they can't do it legally until it becomes public domain.
There's still a little bit around their creation for sure.
Yes, but nobody's going to accept that being the canon or that being the original vision if it conflicts with that original vision or deviates from that original vision. You can add on to something that can hold. Think of it like this way: it's like a flashlight in a hallway, and you have this beam that goes straight. Anything that stays within that beam can hold to canon, because anything in that beam is not contradicting characters, their behaviors, or whatever, regardless of who the author is. Some of it might be better written than others or whatever, but it can still hold within the canon because it doesn't destroy anything prior to itself.
Well, how do you account for things like the Arthurian cycle or the Carolingian cycle?
Are you talking about the Arthurian legends?
It's literally called the Arthurian cycle. There's another name for it.
Yeah, that doesn't have a canon.
There's the Mabinogi.
I don't think that has a canon. I just know that has people who tell stories about it.
Using your logic, the original book that we have, that I'm grossly mispronouncing this, the Mabinogian, it's Welsh.
So we have an original
Arthurian canon. Then after that, we had Geoffrey of Monmouth writing The Idylls of the King. Then we had Tennyson writing not Idylls of the King, writing Live with the Arthur. Then Tennyson wrote Idylls of the King 2 centuries later, and those are the major ones. People keep reworking those original legends from the
I mean, but was there a legend before it was written?
The oldest example we have is that Welsh book.
Well, then that's probably, and it can't probably be considered permanently historical in that regard, but it can be the closest mythos that they have if they have nothing else in their society that contradicts that, which I don't believe they do. But if that's the case, that's the only thing we can really run off of. That's probably going to be more accurate than anything more in the modern sense, because anything in the modern sense would have had to get that material from somewhere, and it's the mythos of the particular culture.
Canon? What is Arthurian canon?
Well, I don't know. I haven't looked into it.
You're saying it's the original material written by the original author.
I don't think a mythos of an entire people group has a specific author. It's a mythos that a whole bunch of people believed because of reasons of whatever the case might be.
It's like saying the whole Greek mythology has a canon version, right? It doesn't.
It doesn't.
Because it may have,
it's a whole people coming up with an idea of, well, the gods are angry at us and they're chucking lightning at us. Zeus must be upset. That's just a culture agreeing that Zeus is upset and throwing lightning at them.
You can definitely exclude anything that was made much later by a...
If you find a book where they're like, oh no, lightning is coming from the heavens, it's Rambo. You might call it not canonical because it's obviously a forgery. Because that's not the original. Because Rambo didn't exist back then. He's not shooting his miniguns down there at the Viet Cong or anything. Like it's just not going to fit because they're in different time periods. That there's textual criticism takes care of a lot of the historical aspects in that regard. I don't know if there's anything like that for the Arthurian legends, but the Arthurian legends are the actual culture's mythos. Like
that's people have this gross misconception about that. Everything we know about the Arthurian legend comes from these books.
Okay, but did the people of that time believe that? Did they hold to that as in that's how everything happened the way it happened? I don't know. I have not looked into it. That's my point. I don't know.
The people of the ancient times believed anything that was written in a book.
Books weren't around very long, or not for a very long time, and they also, most people couldn't read. So people would most of the time just talk to each other and say, hey,
and it's real. They would just tell them it's real.
If you go to the Greeks and be like, hey, the gods, lightning, famine, flooding, blah, 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 the gods are angry. That wasn't a book thing. They didn't get that out of a book. That was a mutual understanding amongst the culture, and they all agreed that this must be the reason why, and then they held to that belief.
The Greek legends were written down, but before they were written down, they were inherited orally from
I know the oral culture, which is fine. The oral culture would be the original. The book is allegedly based on the oral culture, but the oral culture is not just one author. It's a group of people, aka the people group, the Greeks or whatever.
But that is not the case with the Arthurian cycle.
Again, I don't know. I can't comment on it because I don't know. I have not looked into it at all. I'm talking just like when you look at a cultural group of people, how much knowledge do we have that they agreed with this stuff? Was it orally transmitted before they had said book? I don't know. I wasn't there. I don't have any information hidden in my back pocket that I can just pull out and be like, well, it says here. Like, I don't have any idea. So I can't answer your question because I don't know. So if you ask me, well, is this canon? I have no flipping idea. But if it's when you look at something like of a cultural phenomenon, it's hard to say it's a particular individual author because the whole culture believes it. And the Egyptians had this, the Greeks had this. They obviously conflicted to some extent. But then you also had the Greeks and the Romans, which looked like almost like copy pastes of each other's gods because they all had a god for lightning. They all had a god for fertility, a god for this, a god for the sun, whatever the case might be.
Separate. Yeah.
Well, I'm saying like they had a god of the sun, they had a god of the sun. They had a god of lightning, they had a god of lightning. The Norse have a lightning, the freaking Egyptians have lightning. Everybody has lightning because that's what they see in nature.
The Roman religion arose out of the Greek religion. That's the connection.
Sure, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that they have copy and paste. So whether or not they're tied to it is completely irrelevant. But the point is that everybody looks at something from a cultural perspective and accepts it as a culture in that time period.
That's not, the point again is you're trying to define something as canon by giving a different meaning to the word canon than is the literal historical meaning of the word.
Well, that's a historical meaning of the word, sure, but I don't think canon has only a single definition. Most words don't have a single definition. They have multiple definitions. It's a matter of how it's used in context of language. I don't know the definitives of everything. I know very little, a little bit more than probably the average person does about the canonical aspects of the Bible and whatnot, but they didn't say these books are canon, these books are not. They said, they did basically what the founding fathers did, is that, you know, we identify these freedoms to be self-evident. They didn't say the government grants us rights. They said God granted us these rights and the government recognizes the rights. And that's similar to what happened with the biblical narrative, where when the Bible's coming together, they didn't set the canon, they acknowledged the canon. And they had reasons that they did. They had their own debates and all whatever.
The story behind the canon is God.
Yes. And so if you were to deviate from God's canon, it would not be God's canon. That's my point.
Behind whatever other canon you're talking about.
Huh?
You're trying to use the definition for word canon that has no authority behind it.
So God's not authority?
No, we're talking about books now, like Wheel of Time.
Yeah. Or are you talking fantasy? Okay, well that's a different story. But if Robert Jordan writes the Wheel of Time, then Robert Jordan's going to be the most authority based off of his own book's material.
Correct.
Yeah. So somebody else comes in and beyond his blessing, comes in and writes more stuff just because they own the rights, and it trashes everything in the prior stuff and rearranges everything. Well, we would say it's not canon because it doesn't fulfill.
I would never say that.
I would say that.
I think you saying that would confuse people.
Why would it confuse people?
Because canon requires a central authority.
Well, it does not necessarily. That's your definition of that specific aspect of the word and language.
If you don't have a central authority for canon, there's no meaningful canon.
But if the central authority of the canon is the author, then you have that. I'm not sure why that's confusing.
What if the author allows something in his world that you don't think that conflicts with it?
Then too bad. The author is right.
The author is right. The author is right through his own context. So
that I knew you were going to say. I knew you were going to say that. You're backing out of your own concept right now.
What did Sage say?
No, you, not Sage, because you brought this up before, where you disagree with Jordan doing something in his novels and saying it's not consistent and arguing against its consistency.
No. It's okay. Don't misunderstand. When I'm saying it's not consistent, I'm saying when he makes a comment in public, randomly on the fly about his works holds more weight than his comment.
To you.
No, they have to, because his comment cannot be applied to the works.
Nothing has to do anything.
No, it does. It literally does, because if he says, let's do the J.K. Rowling thing, Hermione is black in a freaking Twitter post back in the day, right? If Hermione was black, but every definition that's put in the book is that she's white, then literally it cannot overtake the written, because the written's already been written. It's etched in stone, as they say. It's already happened. Everybody is aware of it. You cannot change that fact. If she was meant to be black, she would have put him in as black.
Just future editions of the book to make her black.
And guess what? She still hasn't done that. But my point is that if she writes the whole story, or if Robert Jordan writes the whole story, and then throws out a flippant on the fly, books when they're written are not on the fly. They take a lot of time, a lot of thought. I'm not saying he's a perfect author. I'm not saying he's never made mistakes. Everybody, probably except for Tolkien, made mistakes. But in terms of when it comes to a comment versus the actual written, it rules everything. But the actual written by said authority, aka the author. Now, he can clarify things. This has always been my stance, and if you look up at any video I've ever done, this has always been my stance. If he clarifies, this happens because of this effect, and points things together, and it lines up perfectly with the books, and he's just clarifying to help explain things to people that might be confused, that's fine. That's a clarification. But he's not actively changing stuff.
In your opinion.
No.
Well, by way of what authority do you overrule the author's ownership of this property?
I never once have questioned his ownership of his own works.
By saying that him making that comment does not reflect on his book, you're saying that you overwhelm his ownership of his book.
No, I'm saying a flippant comment because he's tired of being asked a question and just says something randomly does not make it canon in the books, because the books are already written. He, the authority, wrote the stuff set in stone. He cannot just randomly throw in some water on it and then it becomes stone. It's still water. It washes right off because it contradicts his own work.
He's allowed to contradict his own work.
And that's where the writing would get bad, but he can't contradict his work that's already written. He'd have to write more stuff that contradicts it.
He did. He made the internet comment, whatever he did.
He wrote the what?
Sure.
That's
writing. What are we talking about now?
He posted on the bulletin board. However he posted out there.
I'm gonna fill Sage in. So Sage, since my opinion, or my viewpoint, or whatever you want to call it, has consistently always been, when an author creates content of some sort, whether it be a book, a script,
Sure,
music, whatever the case might be, when that's written, that's their canon. They are the authority because they made that canon. They are the original source of said product.
Sure.
It came out of the ventilation of their visionary mindset or whatever. And then if that individual, whoever they are, the author, makes a comment in public flippantly after it's already been released and everything's kind of going where it's going, and then changes something to the story outside of the story, it doesn't hold any weight because it's contradicting his own stuff. But if it's something where the person makes a clarifying statement because people keep asking a question, like, I'm confused by this, what does this mean? And he says, okay, well, here's the thing that's in the book, and here's how this puts together, and you put these together in a nice little cube, and boom, this is what it means. That's a clarifying statement. It's a clarifying position. It's just telling people, here's how to understand what I wrote, is different than saying, this person that we obviously have described as one thing is actually this entirely different thing. This human is actually a dragonoid. It's like, but they're actually not, because they're a human in your book. But if you later on bring up some plot that goes, oh, and I've been fooling all of you with this illusion magic, I'm actually a dragonoid. And it's like, okay, then that's fine. Then his comment would make sense. But if he makes it in a situation which it contradicts his own work, it wouldn't follow that it's canon, because it can't change. You can't change what's already been released.
Sure, except if you were to go back and edit the original.
Possibly, but I don't see him ever doing that, and I don't know of anybody who actually does that for their
If you don't
books.
do that, then it's not canon if you change something just by saying it.
So what you're saying is that if they go back and actually change the stone, that it actually becomes canon.
Yeah.
Okay. And I would assume if it has no contradictory aspects as well, which is probably one of the reasons people don't go back and do that, because that you have to go change every instance, and then every instance that release.
No, you don't. I don't think you need to do every instance. You just need to say,
Well,
okay.
then how would it make sense?
What do you mean?
Well,
You just have an outdated version.
no, I'm saying like if you have Hermione being white throughout Harry Potter, but then she's
Yeah.
like Hermione is black on a Twitter thing, and then
Okay.
she's like, I'm gonna go
She goes
through,
back. Okay,
and then
yeah.
she just throws
add
in
it to
one
books.
instance. She goes and throws one instance where she says,
No, not one instance. She has to
Okay.
go through the whole thing to change every mention
okay,
of her.
so every
with
mention of her being white turns to black. But
Sure.
what about the scenarios in which people relate to her because of she's white or black, and then they have
That's
to?
irrelevant.
Well, if it was like a black girl, and then they change her to white, the quote unquote racism aspects about that wouldn't
okay,
make much
but
sense.
that doesn't happen in the book, so it's fine.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying if it's there, there's always more to change about something.
Okay, so
It's the same
if
thing.
there
It's the same
is-
thing for Wheel of Time. If you change a plot point that's written down, how many
Yeah.
other plot points do you have to change
sure
for
you
that
would
to
need
make sense?
fix the
It would
entire
be
thing. True.
literal spaghetti code, and that's
But
why
that's-
people don't do it, because
That's
they
why
don't want to
don't
do it.
it, right? And that's
Yeah.
why you don't see this type of stuff. But
Yeah.
they have the power to go back and change that,
I mean, if they
even
wanted
if
to
it
rewrite
takes
it
a lot
all,
of work.
go for
Yeah.
it, I suppose. Yeah, I'd be fine with that. I don't see any of them ever doing it, but I'd be fine with that.
Well, because of the money cost. It's the time, the effort.
It's a lot of effort for foolish, flippant remarks, yes, but their foolish, flippant remarks aren't legitimate until they're set in stone.
Right.
But if they're
I
foolish,
think if Robert Jordan were to go back and see, oh wait, actually this should have been different, he might just be.
I feel like he would have done that for the first 3 books when he had multiple different ideas of where he was going with that, and he didn't do.
I don't think he would have done anything like that until he finished the series, which obviously.
Yeah, because then he
Uh,
has the full scale, and then he sees, oh wait, this doesn't
Well,
quite
that-
line up. Let's
That's
go
going to
back and
also
fix it,"
depend
because
upon. That's also going to depend on the
From
author.
what I've heard of him, he seems quite autistic with regards to that.
He
type of thing.
is, but he has had his own comments that he has posted in public because he was talking to somebody through an interview or whatever, and he didn't know his own answer. He gave multiple different answers through multiple different interviews.
Sure.
That's not convincing that that's actually what it is. It's
Is
just
this
him.
about who killed Asmodean?
Asmodean? No, I'm talking about the flicker,
Oh, the flicker. Sure.
the legendary flicker conversation. I
Okay.
still fight tooth and nail for that.
This now, audience, we regaled you with our opinions on this for quite a while.
Yes.
People can't accept. Luke Skywalker broke my heart, but there's nothing I can
You mean Jake Skywalker?
do to change that.
You haven't heard that one, Jake Skywalker?
No.
So,
No.
Luke,
Yeah, there's go write a fan fiction where he doesn't die. There you go.
even Mark Hamill refers to his own character as Jake Skywalker because he's like, this is not Luke Skywalker. So
Okay.
like the guy playing him, who's a scumbag, basically is like, this is Jake Skywalker. This isn't Luke Skywalker. Luke would never do this, right?
He must be miserable because the people who wrecked his character are the ones he wants to align with. He must have horrible blood pressure.
I mean, he probably did it to himself too.
Because Star Wars is not mine. We're sitting together in a sandbox. You, me, and Disney. We have fun making sandcastles. But when Disney kicks the castle down because he wants to throw a fit and because he's an entitled prick, guess what?
Yeah.
There's nothing for you or I to do.
We're choosing to get in the sandbox when there's a big shiny new Star Wars toy in there. Okay? We don't have, see, this is this fundamental thing that these leftists and these people don't understand. Okay? We do not have to pay for that crap or participate in it. And they get so outraged when we don't.
Right. So, with regards to the ownership, then it doesn't really matter because they can own the technical franchise rights, but it is the fandom that is the heart of it.
The fandom preserves it.
And the fandom, right? They are the people who are the important part of the franchise. They know the stuff.
If you have a franchise
have
without
their
fans,
internal-
there's no franchise.
They have their internal understanding of it, and everything they reject doesn't matter, even if it's officially canon.
Also, I disagree with this guy's take where like there's nothing you or I can do. Sure, there is. You
Yeah,
can
we can
not.
tell Disney, fuck off.
There's that. You can
and
say, I'm not going to
maybe
buy your
change stuff.
products. I'm not going to humor you with whatever you produce. I'm not going to keep quiet about
This
all
is the
the
same
stuff I have
thing why
problems
there's
with.
only 3 Indiana Jones movies, right?
Yeah. That's,
Well, there's only one Highlander film, right? I mean,
there's a lot of reasons. But the point being is that saying that we can't do anything is a bit of a ridiculous take.
So the other ones exist, sure,
Do they though?
but they're irrelevant. Well,
That's
not,
like just your opinion, man.
it doesn't matter whether they exist or not because the fans don't care about those. Those are outside.
Well, there's always going to be one fan to everything because there's always one retard in the existence.
Yeah, but I'm talking.
Embrace with alternate vibrating
generality, large
planes in the
majority.
universe. You know,
Sorry.
remember M-Brain theory? There's alternate vibrating planes in the universe that we can't see. So all the bad films exist on those other vibrating planes.
Oh yeah, sure, yeah.
All we have to
Except
do is
the good bad ones.
all we have the cult classics.
It's his sandbox. We're at his house, and it's the summer.
I feel like he's making Matt's argument right now.
Except it's not him.
Well, because he owns the rights, therefore it's his sandcastle because he has authorship, which he doesn't really have authorship. His continuationship, not authorship.
Sure, but the things we make in the sandcastle box, whatever, is all in our heads, right? It's not actually a physical thing you can own.
I think he's referring to things like Legends.
I don't know what that means.
No,
Star Wars Legends? The extended universe?
Okay, sure.
The
He
extended
said-
universe?
So we meant legends in general.
He's saying that because that we have to participate with these woke people who like this stuff. We have to buy tickets to these films. We have to do this. That's what he's saying.
We can just go back to our own sandbox back at home, where we only have the
Legend
things we liked.
Yeah.
The existing films, rather, right?
Yeah.
Summer of 1997, and people haven't figured out that sandboxes have carcinogens in them. So guess
Do they?
what? No more making
Maybe
mud
that's
for
an
you.
American.
His mom is calling your mom to pick us up. And when you're 40, you'll get spontaneous lung cancer from all the silica in that sandbox. That's the real experience of being a loyal fan. Dedication to a cause where the person you're white knighting for doesn't know your name or care that you exist. And when
Right.
you
So
signed up,
that's actually a good point, right? Because he thinks.
Is it though?
Well, no, it's a good point to discuss for us.
Clarification.
That's what I meant.
There we go.
He seems to think that the fandom is loyalists to a particular writer rather than to a particular set of works.
Could be both.
I would say both is typical. Like we're
Yeah,
loyal
but-
to Tolkien, but we're also loyal to Tolkien's source
Loyal to
material.
Tolkien because he
example-
wrote his works.
I am
Not
loyal to Robert
Tolkien.
Jordan, not just Wheel of Time.
In general, because of he himself.
What you're not loyal to Gabriel instead of the actual Queen of Andor?
Well, let's not talk about that. I'm a good Queensman, right? But it's so without the works, Tolkien would have never been relevant to any of us, right? I assume.
Probably.
Well, he wrote some stuff that would have been like he would have been.
But he literally just said without his books, which is anything he read.
I think he was right? He also had the
So the reason we like Tolkien is because of the things he did.
yeah.
We're loyal to him because he made good stuff.
He made stuff
Our
we enjoyed.
loyalty to him is through the works. If he were to then, after creating all the Lord of the Rings stuff, go crazy and do something else that everyone disliked for whatever reason, right? Hypothetically,
Mhm.
the loyalty to him is not to him himself, but through the work he created.
Correct.
So that second set of works is not automatically something we should be loyal to because we're not loyal to the person, but loyal to
Unless you like
the
them.
work itself. Unless
Well,
you're like a
that's-
fanatic
I think
Tolkien lover.
if I'm correct
I don't
on
know.
if I am a fanatic, one of those, but if I'm correctly,
But would you if he made something shit?
well, that's what I'm going to get to. Correct me if I'm trying to picture this. The reason we're loyal to the author is because of their source material that they've written.
Yeah.
Correct? Okay. So, if you like, say, Robert Jordan, and you're like, oh, well, I like Robert Jordan, and you say because The Wheel of Time is good, or because I enjoyed his Conan. But you could say, I liked his Conan, but I didn't like his Wheel of Time. But I'm still loyal to him, but I only care about this. I don't care about this. You
Yeah,
can
but
also
your
say,
loyalty to him does not extend to the second.
yeah,
set
that's what I'm
of
saying.
works.
Is just because he wrote them doesn't mean I
So
think
it's
they're good.
not that you like everything he does because you're loyal to him still.
Well, I have found that I have liked everything Robert Jordan's ever written.
That's because you're an
Right,
okay.
but that's because the stuff is good, I assume, right? He hasn't written
His
anything
writing
shit.
style is very mentally comforting.
Death, dismemberment, and despair.
Mhm.
Yeah, comfort.
That's the work he wrote.
Yeah.
the work he wrote.
Yeah.
Or the woke he wrote. Okay.
For Disney Plus, you waived your right to sue them for the lung cancer they gave you. Good luck with chemo.
That's fair.
That was deep.
Was it though?
Franchises and properties that you want to shield others out from are not yours to claim. But let's talk about those activists and woke moralists.
I do like how his mouth never gets larger than his beard hole. No matter how excited he gets, I don't know. It's just something I just randomly noticed. I was like, wait a minute.
That you want
Sure.
to gatekeep away. Would you be surprised to know that they feel just like you? A few days ago,
Yeah,
the entire
they
staff
can
of
do the right
BioWare
thing.
was let go. We now know that all of the writers who worked on Dragon Age Veilguard are no longer with the company.
Well, to be fair, they weren't all with the company from the previous successful ones either.
That's fair. But really, the thing here is they should have made something that more people enjoy. That's basically just it.
Well, it's the funny thing is I'm constantly being
Right, this is again my majority case thing.
Well,
point.
Yeah. So
You've
the
got to
majority dislikes Failguard, I assume. Right. I don't know everyone.
well,
so
well, here's the thing. What
if they
the
didn't, right, it would have been a
vocal
success.
majority liked it. So the people who talked about it liked it.
No, I
There's a
don't
lot of
think
people
so.
who didn't like it who just didn't talk about it. The reason
But
is
there's also a lot of people who didn't like it and did talk about it.
yes, but I'm saying there's always for every one or two people that were out there saying
Mhm,
this
sure,
is terrible,
sure.
there were 6 people saying no, it's great, it's a success, it's a
But
critical
that's why
success.
you don't ever truly know if you are part of the majority or not, unless you look at stuff like how many people are online playing this game.
That,
at
but
the
also
particular moment.
you look at sales and like, oh, sales are great. I'm
Mhm.
like, if
Yeah, yeah.
sales were great,
Well,
the
but they're
person
not.
who is running the team would not be leaving by being leaving. I mean, let go.
Yeah.
And you wouldn't be firing your writing staff.
Mhm.
Like you
So
you
that
don't
is why-
dissipate people when you do a success. You do that when it's a failure.
This problem exists only because it's a small minority that's trying to change the original thing to something the majority does not want. And therefore, it becomes irrelevant to the franchise / whatever else you would call it,
Correct.
series, mythology,
They're not.
book, whatever series.
They're not making something new that is woke for the woke people. They're trying to wreck something that's.
They're trying to transition all
But-
of their work
The majority simply discards it as irrelevant
or undesirable.
or undesirable. But that's the same thing, essentially.
No, relevant means nobody notices it.
Okay, fair enough.
Undesirable means like I notice it and I'm like,
And we throw it away.
I'll pass.
And then it becomes.
we
relevant.
can't throw it away because we never took it to begin with.
That's true. That's a good point.
Veilguard is one of the most left-leaning ideological video games ever released ever. Focusing
And the developers
Veilguard
should
meet
have thought about
Dustborn.
on a plot
And the
line that
developers
directly
should have thought about that before making it, right? So this
Oh,
is
they did, but they're
entirely-
like, but this is what we want to do,
yeah, okay, but they will lose their jobs. That's what
and they
I don't want.
did.
deals with microaggressions, transgender ideology, and misgendering. And it was such a colossal failure that the entire studio has been decapitated and is being re-engineered.
Yeah.
Now, would you be surprised to hear that the customers who wanted those ideologies to be included in these games?
Why is he sitting so low? It's driving me nuts.
All 5 of them.
So the customers who would want that, they do what?
All 5 of them. It's like, that's what I said.
Yeah, but
I'll go back 5 seconds.
To hear that the customers who wanted those ideologies to be included in these games are feeling betrayed that these developers are being let go?
sure.
Why-
That is
Why would you feel
completely-
betrayed because other people are being let go? There could be a
So
myriad of
no,
reasons.
no. He has a point here.
He does.
The people who like it, they feel betrayed because the studio that made it was stupid and made something that doesn't sell, and now they have to can every
But
future attempt.
But it didn't sell because of the woke stuff.
Yeah,
Right.
they can't feel
No, it's-
betrayed by the
They
game
feel
because the game was everything
no,
they
don't feel
wanted
betrayed
and
by
more.
the game. They feel betrayed by the studio
That's not
for
what he said.
abandoning the game because it didn't sell.
Yeah, and it didn't sell because they
Mhm.
were appealing
not-
to those people
that's
that
not
feel allegedly
surprising.
betrayed.
But that's just how life is, right? Stuff doesn't always
Is it
work.
though?
One of them said to the studio, "Why didn't you make a smaller budget new game with this woke stuff? So
Yeah.
so the few of us who are woke
Roll
could
the
have properly support
Exactly.
it."
So that would be.
Can
thing
I
that
introduce
should
you
be
to
done.
Dustborn?
Well, I mean, to be fair, it would have to be really low budget to.
I think Dustborn was pretty low budget, dude. Did you see that game? It was
I
an,
did not.
it was an atrocity and a half. It
No,
was
I
was pretty
think
bad.
they're from like woke gamers who like not the
But see,
it wouldn't
the
have to be
majority wants
people,
something,
you know?
but the minority might want something different, right? They have the right to their own stuff
I mean, if you look at all
if
these
someone is
things,
willing to make it for them. of
all
course,
these
but-
different movies, they're gigantic productions. Like they throw $1 billion for a movie now, or like $100 million for a game, and when it doesn't work because it's woke or because it's bad, horrible things happen. Try making $10 million games and $100 million movies, small
Yeah.
budget.
This is why the indie woke stuff is perfectly fine. They have no issues because they have a low budget and they have a dedicated player base.
Yep.
That works.
And if they make money, that's more than they would have made without selling anything.
Yeah. But it doesn't work if you make something like this, which has an audience that is, for the vast majority, not interested in the things they put in.
Uh-huh.
And that's why the majority point I had made previously is important here.
Because Veilguard chose
That accent, though.
Let's see, what's their comment on there?
to represent, I
It's
guess.
weird, fuck.
I hope the
I hope
next one has some
one
romance
has some
options.
romance options, which you can still keep. Blah blah blah. Okay, who is her?
No idea.
Is that the
Chose
I don't know. Doesn't matter.
to represent, I guess. I don't know.
No, that's not the issue.
However,
Representation is not necessarily.
it's just a
bad.
lot. It's just a whole lot.
You just have to.
Because
make
now
sure
I'm in a
people
position
will want it.
where I don't think BioWare is on my side. And
Okay.
that's
Welcome to the rest of us fans. We've been there for a while now.
Mhm.
I'm in a position now where for the first time I don't think BioWare has the right intentions.
BioWare is
Why would BioWare not have great intentions? Is it because their
The
job
what are the right intentions for a corporation?
should a business right intentions be fulfilling the ideological needs of a very small percentage of people that exist in the world, even if they include their allies?
Well,
Or
No, that's not.
should they
So,
focus on
should
making
they
money?
do that at the cost of their own survival?
Because I mean,
That's-
anybody
that's the
can
real-
anybody can make exactly
Because
what they did
sure,
with
it
Dragon
would
Age.
it would be good intentions to make sure they feel happy, etc., whatever. But if it's at the cost of your own system running into the ground, right? Because you do this by pissing off like 10 million times more people at the very least, then it's simply a question of, oh, well, seems like a bad idea. Because we can do this, but we die ourselves.
Are you willing to sacrifice your job, your position, your whatever,
I don't think, yeah.
in order to make your wildest dreams come true? Because your wildest dreams will probably ruin you. Or do you go for what you did in the first game, which is the one everybody loves and cares about? Everybody is kind of iffy on Inquisition. They're iffy on Dragon Age 2.
Yeah.
But when it comes to the first one, it's unanimously loved by pretty much everybody that I could think
Well,
of. I've not really heard anybody who complains
the
about it.
gameplay could be a bit better.
It could be polished, yes, but when it came out, that thing was like fire.
True.
And I remember playing that when I was in college, and I was just like, because one of my college roommates surveilled the high seas, and I got my hands on it, and I played it on my computer, and I was like, oh my gosh, this is fantastic. And I just eventually got busy with work. I didn't ever finish it, but I did enjoy playing it. And then now when I play through those games, I'm like, this is not how I remember this game working. That's happening a lot to a lot of the games I played, which is kind of why I'm trying to go back and play all my old games that I enjoyed. But in terms of, do they have the freedom and choice to do so? Yes. Does everybody who works there want that? No. There are people who want to just make good games. They're there.
Do they have to live with the consequences of
Yes,
choice?
they do.
Yes.
Even if you're just the little schmuck that's just down the line tapping away as you're developing and stuff, and you disagree with the ideology, you're still going to get punished for the failure of everybody else who is in line with that ideology when that ideology doesn't sell. Because that's
And so
ultimately what
the
happened with
important part
Veilguard is the
is,
ideology did not
in
sell.
this specific video we just saw from the woman, right? BioWare not
That was a
having the
woman?
right
What?
intentions. I think so, right?
Did you just assume her gender, you bigot?
I'm not 100% sure, but I'm
As a woman.
90% there.
That's a woman.
These days, you never know, of course.
She'd probably get mad if she heard you say that, but it's true.
Maybe. Who knows? I don't really care,
If the
though.
truth shall
but-
kill them, let them
so-
die.
BioWare having the right intentions, or in this case, no longer, according to her. I mean, that's just a selfish statement to make.
Well,
Because
saying
the right
I don't think.
intentions to the company itself would be make sure we survive.
Well, she probably,
make profit,
and I don't think
etc.
I don't think that's BioWare's thought process. I think she thought that BioWare was aligned with her, and thus when this all happens, and now people are getting laid off, now people are getting kicked out, and be like, well, I don't think I thought they aligned with me, and it doesn't seem like they're aligned with me. And it's like, well, yeah, they're not
Mhm.
aligned with you because they have no reason.
Yeah,
to
which
be
is
aligned with you.
why I don't think you can call that the right intentions
Yeah.
to align with that person.
That's a horrible. Never do it for ideological reasons. Do it because it fits
Mhm,
the
yeah.
project you're working on.
And because in the case of corporation, because it works, it makes money.
Not on your side? BioWare doesn't have the right intentions? BioWare and EA don't care that you're breathing. You think corporations are on your side?
He
They're
does make a good
not.
point,
They
yeah.
never, ever have been. All the virtue signaling and ideology that was put into Veilguard may have been penned and animated by activists, sure, but they only got into those seats to do that because their corporate masters thought it was going to make them profits. Now they know that misgendering in video games doesn't sell. Concord with their ugly characters doesn't sell. Mega IPs like Star Wars don't sell just for the fact it's Star Wars anymore. They need to get good again, or the Western buyers will flock to Chinese products without hesitation.
Which is honestly a bad thing. We don't want China being the lead
Yeah,
developers because I'm going to be quite frank about this. I have been really annoyed by a lot of the Asian market in terms of the quality of detail.
Mhm.
So I don't know if you guys ever played any of the old school Japanese games or whatever, but they always would have very little in them. So if you were in a city you'd go down streets, and it's just literally just box buildings up on the side. Both of you. There's this
Sure,
big wide
yeah.
area. You fight your
Like
monsters.
if this
and
was
enemies.
like super long ago, right?
like
That's
early 2000s.
reasonable because the tech wasn't there. Oh, it's early 2000s.
Yeah, I'm talking like when they started doing 3D and like you're fighting in areas.
yeah.
Late
And
90s, early 2000s, when you could still have 3 or 4 people making a video game. They weren't very detailed, but
I know, but I'm saying that there's a consistency to that from all the way up till now. So there's a constant theme where, like, back in the day, there's a game I played called Onekabara. And if you're familiar with it, it's bikini samurais fighting zombies. It's a fun little
Well,
whack-a-mole
sure.
thing. But you'd go in there and the whole place is empty. It's you could probably build a cardboard cutout version of this entire city in about 10 minutes. It
How
was
old
not.
is that game, by the way?
that's a minimal.
It is
minimal
Xbox 360.
Which is what time period?
I don't know. That was the Xbox 360, PS3, and all that stuff. Right before the Wii came out.
2005. Okay, so that's
Yeah.
pretty old.
So,
I think most.
but here's the
games
thing: is I see that
exist from
in-
that period were all like that.
Well, I'm referring to a lot of the Asian games. Like Black Myth Wukong is a standout in
Yeah, but
terms
do
of
you know
it filled out.
A game from 2005, 2010 that doesn't have that.
Of that particular style, not particularly because they have a totally different style of gameplay in those kind of games. We don't
Right,
really
but
have walk around, whack 'em up in the air and get giant combo numbers and stuff. I mean,
Mhm.
Devil
Yeah,
May
yeah,
Cry
sure.
would be probably similar to it as well because Devil May Cry is pretty much empty.
But
Well,
the
from what I
reason
remember.
because it wasn't in there back then is because
No, I'm
they
saying
simply
even
had
now I see that
implementation.
same thing in them because it's a pattern for the Asian market where they
Okay.
when they build these games they don't fill them full of population. It's not like if you played Fable, which is a Western made game, you'd have NPCs walking around. There's life in the city, even if they're being attacked by bandits or evil bad guys
Sure.
or hobs or
Okay.
anything. There's something going on. There's life to it, I guess. Even the amount of corpses mean there's life to it. Like if you know what I'm saying, it's a different
Mm.
thing where it's just kind of like a flat area. A couple bad guys spawn. Did you ever play any of the Kingdom Hearts games?
It's a minimal.
No, I didn't.
That's all.
Well, I played the Game Boy version of one
Okay,
of those.
well, and the
that's,
Kingdom
like,
Hearts stuff for
super
like
old, so-
GameCube or DS or whatever, they had 3D, but you'd have like your potted plants, your stairs, your platforms, and then you'd have people you're fighting, and you just like pop, 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 hit a couple of them, and then you walk for 5 minutes without hitting anything. Like it's
Yeah.
just it's a very lifeless setting.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
and
but,
that's
like,
that's what I see
Filling
from
everything
most.
with NPCs is only very recent development.
Well, I know well, Fable's as old as that. Fable 2 is Xbox 360. Fable 1 is Xbox.
Okay, but did it have like all the many NPCs?
Yeah, you just walk around. You run into merchants as they're traveling between
Do
towns
they
and stuff.
move
Yeah.
back in?
Have
early
you never played Fable,
2000s?
you heathen?
It's from before my time.
You weren't alive then? What? No, you can play that now anyway. But the point being is
Yeah,
that
but I don't have an
the
Xbox,
Asian
so-
market has a consistency with this. And if you've seen the recent uptick on Steam of Asian games, specifically Chinese games, there are a whole lot of nothing with a lot of
I mean, from
wandering.
Chinese games, sure, I'd expect.
I'm
that.
saying that specifically now, but even Japan has the history of this because they like seeing their big flashy numbers to take up the screen to hide all the other stuff that's not there.
Mhm,
But
yeah,
it's
that's annoying.
it is really
but-
annoying.
yeah.
I love Stellar Blade, but Stellar Blade has a lot of areas where it's just a big area and there's not a whole lot
sure.
going on there. It's just you have
But
enemies.
isn't the whole
maybe a
point of
collectible.
Stellar Blade also that the planet is being sort of there's no one alive there except for a few?
Yeah, but it
people
doesn't
and
have to be
monsters.
that. Like they could double or triple the amount of collectibles. You could get more information that helps you make decisions
Yeah, but
and
see,
stuff.
doubling collectibles, I don't think that's necessarily a positive
No, I'm saying
because
it,
it's
because
just
those-
busy work.
well,
in
no,
those
because
regions.
collectibles can be story based. So you can take an item that you get and be like, for example, Helldivers. So Helldivers 2 has collectibles you can read, like these little pads or whatever, and be like, "Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo." It tells you about what's going on Super Earth. You find out 90% of the time the people here who are dead because Super Earth killed them, not because the enemies came in and killed them.
Yeah, that sounds.
so we're like-
Helldivers.
the bad guys. We're the bad guys. That's what it is. That's the whole joke. If you say that, they're like,
Mhm.
for super Earth, you're like, we're the bad guys. There's a heretic, kill him. That's
Puns.
that whole
Are
thing.
we the baddies?
Always have been. But no, it's just like, that's part of the story, but there's like no aspect of it. So when you play Helldivers 2, if you're not fighting enemies, nothing is happening.
Yeah.
That's the
Because-
problem with those kind of games. But the problem is I see this in higher margins from the Asian market, which granted 70% of that's just the Chinese market. And again,
Okay.
that's why Black Myth Wukong is a little bit weird, because
But
there's
see,
actual
with
stuff in there.
Helldivers, you're supposed to go to wasteland areas to fight aliens. Obviously, there's nothing.
Well, you're taking
there.
up. Well, no. I mean, you have drop down points
No.
where there's colonies, there are
Yeah, okay.
outposts. You don't have any NPC guards there. Everything is dead. Your squad of
Mhm,
4
everything
is
is
the
dead, so
only thing
You're
there.
the only people there and the monsters.
And then the
That
settlers.
makes sense from a lore perspective.
Well, what about the guys that when you save 20 civilians?
Then there are civilians. So it's not
Oh,
empty,
so it's
right?
not empty. Yeah, they literally go from one doorway to another doorway. That's literally all they do. But it's just like, if you have civilians, where are the guards of the civilians?
Dead.
Well, if they're dead, the
don't know.
civilians are dead, because whatever killed the guards are going to kill the civilians.
Okay,
The
but
buildings.
maybe they never had any guards. That's also a possibility. I don't know the details of this game.
That's
okay?
not how colonization works. Shame on you,
Maybe.
good sir. You play Stellaris, you know better. Anyway,
Yeah, but Stellaris is not Helldivers.
it's space and aliens, my friend, and colonization. But now,
yeah, but
my
did
point.
were the aliens there before?
No, you are
No,
the aliens.
So did they need guards?
Yes, because there are other things other than guards on those planets. But besides the point, when you have 70% of the Asian market is Chinese, and
Mhm.
most of those have nothing in them, whether it be a small indie dev that's just doing something by themselves. You can go on freaking Steam right now and just see a whole bunch of them, and they're all Chinese places that are making these things. But then you look at things like Valheim,
Mhm.
where you have interactions with enemy NPCs, granted, and you can go out, you could fish, you can do a whole bunch of stuff, but it never feels empty. To the extent that
Okay.
you go into a place and be like the whole point is you're this single soul, or you meet a bunch of other souls, and you kind of come to this place, you build up towns or buildings, towers, whatever it is you guys want to build, and then you do stuff, but there's always something to do. But when you're playing these games where you're just walking down this alleyway or this street, and you're just beating people up, they disappear. You move over, you beat people up, they disappear, and you move over, they beat these people up, and they disappear, and it's empty. Because I remember when I played Devil May Cry 4 for the first time when I was in high school, that's what it felt like. I had to walk for 10 minutes to find something to fight, because there were no directions. I had no idea where I was going, but I'm just wandering around in this big, huge, practically empty city, and I'm just like, where is everybody? Like, cause things to respawn, or put things in places that like lead you towards them things. Because
Okay, sure.
Stellar Blade does that. They respawn enemies every time you leave the area and come back in.
Yep.
Which is why you don't leave the area and come back in until you have everything you need in that area, and just don't come back. But there's a whole bunch of different stuff you could put into stuff, like whatever the game might be, and there's other things. It'd be kind of like making a racing game, and then it being the entire
Right, so
city's
now
empty.
everything is perfect, essentially, is what you're
No,
saying.
I'm saying that there's not even a modicum from most of the Asian games I'm seeing, which, if this becomes the thing where the Chinese market becomes the ginormous video game market, we're in trouble, because they're not as filled with content and realism and immersion, or all the aspects we enjoy about
Sure.
games, as the
But-
Western market is. The
but
Western market's just doing
Is
it
that
stupid.
trouble still, right? Because it's still better than what we've got over here.
Well, eventually, we, the gamers, will get accustomed to the new content that's coming out. So whatever we're
Yeah,
absorbing, if it's going to be constantly low tier stuff, but it's not ideologically motivated, it's just empty, we're going to put it on a higher pedestal than the ideologically motivated stuff.
Mhm.
Because again, Lord of the Rings might be top tier and Hobbit might be meh, but that meh looks like, man, that's really good when Rings of Power shows up. So
Sure.
getting something that's not absolutely 100% soul-crushingly disappointing is going to get us interested in it, and we're going to start playing those games because they look interesting, they look fun, but we get into them, there's not a whole lot to them, but it's better than the other slop we've been getting. So
Right. So I think the
then we
solution
become
to
just
this here is
brainwashed into
play
thinking that's what
old
gaming
games.
is. Well, that's the case, but in some situations, like for myself, I can't play some of the old games I played because my mind's wired a whole different way now. And that's a problem
Okay.
because there's a lot of games I really want to play that I grew up with great memories of. I just can't freaking figure out heads or tails how to do them. Like trying to pick up a Nintendo 64 controller and using that is like the hardest thing to do in the world because I'm used to 2 hands now. So it's just, there's a lot of things that are different. And there's no like
Mhm.
Nintendo 64
Right. See, but
double controller stick.
the thing there is then, so maybe let's not go all the way back to the Nintendo 64, right? That's a bit extreme.
But even then, I agree. I play a lot of the back end stuff, but if all we have is the back end stuff, then there's no future for the gaming industry. There'll never be any advancements.
that just means that the back end stuff is the floor of any future improvements. Because if there's something new
Hopefully.
and it's worse than what we already have, it doesn't sell.
I mean, I would hope so, but I can't guarantee that hope
And
is
so
legitimate.
the only way the gaming industry can survive is by making things better than the things we already have. Or
That's
make sure
ideal.
we can't use the things we already have anymore.
Or take over the gaming industry ourselves.
No, that's too much work.
Yeah, but it's work I'd enjoy, especially if I was getting paid for it.
Sure,
Corporations are not out for you. They have never been on your side. People
Sure,
see that.
yeah.
Like, can you imagine how easy it would be to make an Overwatch or a Marvel Rivals map? That's
I don't
literally
know.
all you have to do is make literally just a map. Put things in places. There's no walking people. There's no sounds of traffic or
Oh yeah,
birds
sure. But
tweeting.
like,
You literally
there's
just
a whole bunch of
slap
3D
down a bunch of
modeling,
3D wall stuff. And that's it. And they're like, man, it takes us like 5 years to make one of these maps. It's like, why does it take you 5 years? Maybe
5
not
years
even friggin'
seems
3
a bit
hours.
excessive, but 3 hours is also probably not good because you need to actually think about the layouts a lot.
All you would really need to do, depending on the type of map, because if it's one of those like go from
Provided,
point
of
A to
course,
point
you
B.
want a good quality map, right? And also, you
Yeah,
need to
but
make all the 3D models.
even if it was like one person took 3 hours to do their part and another person took 3 hours to their part, combined it'd be maybe 60
Yeah,
hours
but
or
3D
something.
modeling takes a shitload of time.
I guess it would depend on how much you were
Sure,
using
if you
from
have like a
pre-made
super genius, maybe it's not that
or AI.
hard.
Oh,
No, I don't think AI is
snap.
good enough for this yet.
Well, I guess it depends on who programs the AI.
Yeah, but we need a bit more time.
Well, I
think.
agree. I agree, but I'm just saying, like, at some point,
At some
you
point, sure.
you can't be like, League of Legends has been using the same map for what, 20 years now? It's
dunno.
ridiculous. Like, and it's obviously hyperbolic. I don't even think it's been around for 20 years, but it's just like, if you played the first season of League of Legends and you logged out and didn't play it until today, and you go back in, they're still using the same map. And all they've done is adjusted some things like creep camps, bonuses, and stuff like that. They haven't actually made another map for the normal Summoner's Rift. And it's literally just a mirror image map. Point A, point B. It's literally, that's it. I think, I'm not joking when I'm saying you could literally just put grass everywhere and trees and walls and then just like shave paths between them and you'd literally have another map. It's ridiculous. Heroes of the Storm had a ton of different maps, which is why, in my opinion, it's one of the reasons it's superior to League of Legends. Blizzard's just retarded. But there's so many issues that they could have just solved and they're just not doing it. And it really irritates me because video games have so much potential, even if we've hit like a graphical limit where we don't have the technology to go any further outside of maybe VR. I mean, I wouldn't be necessarily opposed to doing kind of like the Sword Art Online enter into the game sphere through like a little headset or something like that, where it like actually taps into your mind and you can actually enter into the system and play games that
Well,
way.
provided, of course, there's no death button in there, right?
Well, I mean, a death would be like you dematerialize and rematerialize somewhere else. It wouldn't be like
No, I mean like that it doesn't actually kill you if you die in the game.
Yes. Well, yes. I mean, I haven't watched Sword Art Online, so I don't know that. I think I heard that's the specifics about that particular story. I'm just saying the type of entering into a game.
That's like the whole point of the setting.
Yeah, but I think in that regard, that would be really fun. I don't know if that's actually humanly possible for us to do, to where you like upload your consciousness
Oh yeah, definitely not.
in a way of entering in. But it'd be kind of cool to go in there and be like feel stuff, be able to pick up an apple and eat it. I mean, obviously you wouldn't literally gain sustenance, but you could eat all the freaking fast food and dessert you would ever want and never get fat. That'd be great.
Mhm.
Those kind of things would be interesting, and maybe they'll get to a technological way where they figure out how to do that, and maybe Elon's chip will enter into the equation in that regard. I don't know, but I think where we're at, you don't have to go graphically beyond. You just have to make good quality games, and they're just not doing that. But in gatekeeping the games that are worth keeping, that's why. Like, that's why we do it. Now, granted, I look at every day, I look over at my not my desktop, my PC game boxes and stuff that I have from when I was a kid all the way up till now, and I'm like, I have all these Lord of the Rings games for PC, Xbox, and all that stuff. Why did EA ever stop making like Lord of the Rings games? That's like the biggest waste of money ever. And they made some really good stuff, but thankfully, in some aspects, I am thankful they didn't make anymore, because the stuff they have, they would have ruined. But
Clip and laugh. I see that clip and it makes me sad. You know why? Because that was me. That was me on December 15th, 2017 at 6 p.m. in an AMC movie theater in New Jersey, who had to drive home telling myself it's all going to be okay. They're going to make it right, everyone. Everyone's going to be okay. Dave Filoni's going to get involved. They're going to fix it all. And you know what? They never did. And they never will. People are going to see this and think that I'm white knighting or defending woke moralists or ideologues.
to be fair, that's not a position I think he's taking at all, and I have not the entire time. I just think he's limited the definition of gatekeeping explicitly to only a negative one and not applying a positive one at all.
Yeah.
I'm not. I don't care about that. That's not the point. I'm trying to say we're all being lied to, and we all think we have...
I really go, it's a conspiracy, man. We're being lied to the government.
some marvelous claim to say who or what can be in our little fake community that likes similar things. But no one ever considers the fact that we have no true claim on those things. I don't care who you are or what you believe.
That would depend on what you define as true claim, but okay.
Or what your identity is.
I think we
I don't
do.
care about changing society.
But I use a different definition of claim in this regard.
Yeah, we don't have authorship by any means.
But
So
we do have the
basically
rights, essentially, and the power to decide what we consider as a whole fandom, right?
I would say we do have a right to defend the material as fans.
I mean, you have to.
If fans
It's
don't have
more
the right
so
to
we
even
have the
defend
right
stuff, we're in
to
trouble.
disregard any planned alterations or whatever.
Well, not even that. Just somebody coming in and trying to impose something that outside of
Yeah,
authorial
we can
intent.
refuse that.
Because we're the soldiers that are the buffer between the author and the interlopers.
No, but it's more so we are also the ones who are imbuing the power of the original to the author.
Yeah, because if an author just writes a book and nobody buys it, his authorship
Exactly.
dies pretty quick.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't think that an author should
Well,
write
when I say we, I of course mean
the royal we, yes.
the royal we, not specifically
Not
us.
not the Wii U, the royal we.
just us three.
Just as us three, yes.
Yes.
The triune fandom.
This guy is trying to make excuses for the woke and their commie masters,
He's not making that argument. I don't agree that.
or he's really a normie. He's not a fan. He's a normie. He's a normie.
No, I don't think he's a normie either. I just think he has a misdirected idea or a misguided idea about the term gatekeeping, and he didn't go into like all the different possibilities the term could be used as, but he defined the one that we use as gatekeeping. And whether or not it's the original meaning, I don't agree with Urban Dictionary on pretty much anything because it's an Urban Dictionary. It's not a real dictionary. But when it comes to a cultural usage of the word, it's being used very much akin to if somebody's charging, my castle, I'm not going to let them get through the door. I'm going to close the gates because they're going to set my house on fire. Who knows? I don't know, because they're not coming with gifts. They're coming with destruction. And you don't let the saboteurs come in the front gate unimpeded. Because when they blow up everything in your castle, they'll just leave and go to another castle to blow it up. You keep them out, and they'll leave and go somewhere else eventually, because your house will still be standing, which is good for you, obviously. And everybody else can just be like, hey, they blocked those people out of their castle, and their castle's still standing. We should do the same, because that's very destructive behavior. We don't want that destructive behavior in our stuff. And they start closing their gates to these. Not because they don't want people in there. Fandoms want more fans. That's never been a thing. Nobody has ever been like, nope, too many fans. Stop everything. You can't come in here. Stay out of here. Nobody's ever done that.
Well, I mean, there is maybe.
I'm not aware of a single one.
No, I don't mean that. There is maybe the idea now that maybe having a hobby that becomes mainstream is a bad thing. We want more fans, yes, but not enough to make it so that too many of the fans are normies. They take over the majority.
I want just enough fans to keep the hobby going, and no normies to make it mainstream.
I'd rather turn normies into fans.
Yeah. So turning normies into fans is good, but that only works.
But you can't block everybody
slowly.
It's not a matter of slowly. It's a matter of protecting what it is. It's kind of like when you go into a town in a medieval setting.
Yeah, but you can't do that.
Hold on.
If you let hordes of normies in, because then they become the majority. And your voice doesn't matter anymore.
But there's the barbarians at the gate.
I'm getting there. So if you have a medieval town, you have law enforcement. The law enforcement, which would be soldiers.
No. This is not.
Hold on.
To be analogized by
Hold on.
This is.
Hold on. Hold on. Let me finish the point, and we'll get there. You can have some afterwards. Just the reason you have gatekeepers. Who are they? The law enforcement. They're the soldiers. They're the people who are there to keep the peace. And the peace is the source material. So when people come in, you can let in a bunch of people, but you also let them know if you step out of line, we're not just at the gate. We're throughout the entire town. We're in the castle. We're on the streets. We're in the taverns. We're in the tailors. We're in the blacksmith territory. We're everywhere. You're welcome to be here, but if you cause problems, we're going to throw you in the brig. We're going to chuck you out the gate walls. We're going to make sure you're not causing problems no more. That's what you need to make clear. You don't have to be like, well, and I'm not saying that's not a good idea to let them in little by little. But if you let them in little by little, you could potentially
it's absolutely necessary to do that.
Not
if you want to preserve.
Ironically, not necessarily. Because if you let in a bunch of people, a couple hundred people into your game shop and whatever, they can't ultimately change how you play the game. They can change the game how they play the game.
Yeah, but
they can't change how you and your table.
This is why D&D is now what it has become.
No. That's because people became developers. That's very much different.
No. See, I don't think you understand, right?
Oh, but I do.
You have the core group of initial D&D players, right? Then the hobby becomes mainstream. So there's an influx of way too many people to properly turn those into, let's call them hardcore fans, right? Because only a small percentage of those would eventually turn into that. The large majority then becomes the normies, and with that, the normie values have the majority. That causes the normie values to end up in leadership, and then leadership is the one who makes the game. So it changes because they see, oh, we have a fan base, and the original fans are only a small part of it. There's a lot of new fans that don't necessarily have the same values, and if we can cater to them rather than the original ones, it's better for us because it makes us more money. And
Well,
then you have your hobby changed because there are too many new ones, right?
Well, how about
The
this?
analogy here is mass immigration. Because if you have your town, right, with say 100 people living there, they're all the same culture originally, whatever, doesn't matter. You have a whole bunch of immigrants,
Not to get
right?
political.
Let's say 500 who come in, and you're accepting, oh yeah, we want more fans of our little town, we want more residents, come in, work for us. We make sure, okay, you're not like a crazy person, sure, that's fine, come in. The crazy ones we do keep out, of course. But then you end up with a village with 100 of your regular people and 500 of the new incoming culture.
Yeah.
Your 100 no longer hold any power, assuming you do democratic votes and stuff, right? It's the new 500 whose values transfer into leadership.
Hmm.
Well, okay, but how
And
many of the
through
core
that-
how many of the core fans of D&D that grew up on it and that have come out on the side of the ideological? Because out of the ones I know, I'd be lucky to find one in like 30 that is not ideologically motivated.
Yeah, but that's because that's not really the people that you associate with.
No,
generally.
I'm talking about people who are just normal fans of D&D. Just they play D&D, they're whatever.
Yeah,
before
the normal fans, right?
before Critical Role, I'm talking the guys who played in the 80s,
Yeah, but
70s,
before
and
that's
80s, 90s.
that's the wrong category of people.
No, because they're the people who play it. The people who have been playing consistently are more likely to buy products than those who don't play consistently. I don't have any of the regular D&D guidebooks. I have the specialized ones like Lord of the Rings or the individual role-playing or The
Right,
Witcher.
okay, fair. But the point still stands. If you
Not
let
the
too
D&D.
many
What I'm
people
saying
in-
is that they didn't get in by being immigrants. They were already here. They were inside the
Oh.
town already.
So his analogy is true to an extent. What happened is TSR got sold to Wizards of the Coast, which is in California. We all know how horrible California is, okay?
Mhm.
And the D&D fans there were leftist woke people, and D&D fans are the ones who went to the company to create the modules and whatever. So they basically, Wizards of the Coast got taken over by left-leaning fans of Magic and Wizards of the Coast and D&D, and then that's essentially the product we have today.
When it became a popular thing to talk about LGBTQ or anything like that, that's became like a hot topic or a hot button topic about in the cultural
That's
realm of
probably
things.
roughly the same time when D&D became popular.
I mean, D&D's
But
kind
there
of
might
been
be a slight
D&D's been
offset.
kind of under the radar popular. Like it's popular by the people
Yeah,
who
sure.
frequent the places.
Mhm.
It's more
It's
it was
popular,
never
let's say,
mainstream
in
popular.
the terminally online population.
Well, yes, but I'm saying like there's the
Problem
Critical
is,
Role popularity that made it
those
really
are-
boost.
Mhm,
Well, no.
exactly.
So
But
The
I'm
critical
talking
role type people.
But I'm
are
talking
ones-
the people who made it popular, like Critical Role and whatnot. They popularized it, and they're also pretty heavy left leaning, like really heavy left leaning. But the people
Sure,
that
they
also
were a minority before.
no, they just
Yeah.
they never talked about the politics because it was never a cultural thing in the world.
No. So, but
The people who play D&D, more often than not, you can guess them. They have glasses. They've got the ponytail. They've got
Yeah,
the little
sure.
chubbier body. Whatever the case might be, the typical person you'd expect
That
would be
was
pro
before
LGBTQ, would be pro everything that's become a hot button issue right now. They're anti border control. They're anti they're very, very much one side of the aisle. They just weren't vocal about it, so it didn't have to be implemented into the games because they were the quote unquote majority. And it was not like conservatives weren't trying to sneak their way in there because they had the whole satanic panic nonsense. But when you have the people already there that are the ones leaning in favor of it, when it comes out and they're like, okay, well, who wants to come work for us and work on this project? All of the people that have those viewpoints. That's pretty obvious.
Not the original ones, I'm pretty sure.
So you have to, okay, it'd be better to
there are a couple conservative-ish type ones
I don't mean conservative.
Let's talk about tabletop role-playing games.
Because in the original, like the first D&D, you had a very, let's call it, stereotypical person who would do that, right?
Yeah.
Those people you can consider the hardcore original fans.
Yeah.
They made the hobby popular.
Yeah.
After that, a whole bunch of new people came in. Maybe. No,
Not
I think
exactly.
No. I think when the hot button topics popped up, when it became, oh, lesbians can't have rights, gay people can't have rights, blah, 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 they started implementing that stuff into their games. They implemented it into their products. They implemented it. And then when it became popular, more people became attracted to it because they held to those ideas and beliefs.
So
it's not like conservatives had the control of this and then it just got out of hand because everybody else has let it in.
Did not exist until 5.5.
Because it wasn't a cultural issue. The culture was not fighting over this. It wasn't a big deal because everyone was kind of like, I don't care. And then when it became a thing to care about, people were like, I have opinions on this and I'm going to bring them with me to the table. That's what happened.
In the tabletop RPG community, okay, going back starting in the mid-'80s when other games like D&D started to come around, there were games, I mean, even D&D to an extent, but there are other games especially, like the White Wolf games, that lent themselves to LARPing and people sort of exploring their alternative lifestyles in these games, okay? And
which is why Baldur's Gate 3 is not woke.
we still had to live and let live. Everyone was fine in the RPG community, okay?
Yeah.
It's only when, literally, when when Wizards of the Coast went woke and took D&D woke, which was really a 2000s-ish thing when it started to happen, okay?
Yeah.
And that's when it became a problem where the gaming community started to divide out between people who didn't want anything with the woke and the people who wanted to make the game more and more woke. Then you fast forward to the 2000s, the 2015 plus era, which is when the woke exploded upon us all, and they started saying, well, orcs are black people and blah, blah, blah.
And now Mexicans.
Yeah, so you may have had a contingent of people who adhered to those ideas before, but it was only after the normies, after Critical Role made it popular, after the mainstream
Critical
came
Role's
in.
pretty recent. It's only like less than a decade old.
They're more than 10 years old.
The whole important changes are also less.
They're about 10 years old.
I would say that, like, back in 2008 when Obama was doing the whole gay rights stuff and everything, like, that was a big time period. Like,
Critical Role.
I'm saying, like, when the cultural stuff happened, the people who held to the beliefs that they do have rights or they don't have rights, they were in their own little camps. But the people who were pushing the ideology of it and started stuffing it in their stuff was the ones who were in favor of it, despite the majority of the population being like, what are you talking about? This isn't an issue, whatever the case might be.
But that's the same, of course, for the D&D community back then.
Yes, but I'm saying the D&D community was
majority
on one side of the aisle.
Not progressive ideology.
So what happened with Critical Role, and this is their 10th anniversary basically sometime this year.
Which is funny because they only have like 3 seasons.
They started putting their home game, which was in Paizo's product, Pathfinder. They
Pathfinder, they switched to 5th edition.
Deacon's Sundry. And then, for some reason, maybe because 5e came out and Matt Mercer was enthused by it, or they got a deal, or whatever. They switched over to 5e, and then they blew up in popularity, and they made 5e very popular. So, Wizards of the Coast got a huge influx of cash.
Mhm.
Okay.
But they made it popular specifically to a certain set of people.
I mean, I enjoyed the first season.
Yeah, but like
No.
it's more popular.
Critical Role fandom is huge. People don't realize how big a fandom they developed.
Yeah,
And-
millions of people, if I'm aware.
And
Like-
I mean, I don't know the numbers, but that seems.
No, I'm saying like I think that's like their subscribers like 3 million or something on YouTube or
Oh,
something.
5e sales track with Critical Role's popularity.
Well, yeah,
increase-
but 5e is also a simpler form, which means it's easier for new people to get
Mhm,
into it,
yeah.
which
Critical-
helps its success in
mean,
that
well,
regard.
Aside from some late game
game
balance
in the
stuff,
world.
5e is actually really, really nice.
Yeah, I
Critical-
mean, I'm more of a
I know
narrative
it's very
drive.
popular to hate on it because of the fact that it's so simplified, etc.
Well, I like
that-
the thing is that's a narrative thing. Everything in D&D should be
Yeah, but
half
that's also
narrative.
why it
They just
attracts
don't.
a certain group of people because it's more narrative focused rather than
Well,
walking.
I personally like the narrative because I like the story. The story's fun.
Sidetracked, okay? We're getting sidetracked.
fair
I,
enough.
I would feel
Us never.
Critical Role could have picked Rollmaster, which is the most complicated game out there, and Rollmaster would have had a revolution in sales because Critical Role was basically like actors doing D&D.
That's not basically. That's exactly what it was.
Their political moves, they're all top level voice actors who really played their characters very well, especially.
Except when they do anime, because that's trash all the time.
Forget it. I'm talking about Critical Role.
Dubs are trash.
I'm
No, I'm
talking
saying
about
they're all voice actors, so when they do voice acting, they're not that good. But
Yeah.
that's anime dubbing. And, bleh.
Anyway, so 5e just rode their coattails. And by the way, for those who don't know, it looks like Critical Role is dropping 5th edition with Campaign 4 to use
Yeah,
their
they're
own.
going to Daggerheart, I think it's
Yeah,
called.
well, they have 3 role playing games.
Oh, they have 3. I'm
They have the
really aware of
simple
that.
one, Daggerheart, and another one that's a dark fantasy game or something that's coming out. So I don't know which one they're going to use for the 4th campaign, but watch D&D sales drop like a rock when and Critical Role's
I mean, they already have, right?
Yeah, they've created pretty good. And that's
Well-
after they bought D&D Beyond, which should have been a great tool for them, and they kept screwing that up over and over and over again. But it's just the overarching theme is that it wasn't necessarily everybody coming to the gates that was the problem. There were already people within inside the walls were sympathetic to it.
Yeah,
And then it's
but
easy
see,
for them to manipulate that because when it comes to we need
that's,
volunteers
again,
from the
They
fans,
were a minority.
where does it say anywhere that they were a minority?
I'm assuming this based on the typical D&D player.
Because like I said, the typical D&D player I know, it's like 1 or 2 out of every 30 is not ideologically motivated. I know this from the people I play with,
But that's
from the
now.
people that kicked me out of games because they didn't like me not playing their ideological style. Like
But
it
you
just
would not find this type of person in 3.5 edition.
I found it in both.
or you would find them back in 1st edition, back in the
Well,
Great.
okay, not too many.
I would
Well, but it's because back then it wasn't a big deal. There was no pushing any ideological stuff in the 90s. It just wasn't a thing. Not to the
Okay,
level it is
sure.
now.
I
So
mean, that
when
would be
it
crazy.
became let's put this into law, that's when it became an issue. When it became let's make everybody do it this way, that's when it became an issue. When those issues became popular and well known, that's when the issue became explosive and where people started coming out of the corners and everything, the shadows, saying, you need to believe this or you're a bigot. That's how they all came out of nowhere. They were just normal people that had normal disagreements like you and me, would just come out and be like, yeah, we're best buddies. But the next day they're trying to kill each other because you didn't vote for the president I voted for. Or you didn't vote for the president I voted for. And all that stupid stuff, that all came about the same time. But it wasn't the people that were like, they're out there normies and then they're coming in. No, they were the most liberal people played tabletop games back in the day. Now, there were plenty of conservative or just
Okay.
people who were just normal, I guess.
I mean, granted, I wasn't there.
I know.
I'm just
That's why I was
basing this
asking you.
off what I hear from
That
other
could
people.
be
I'm basing
set-
it off of my actual experience of going to places. Like they're pretty ideologically motivated in most gaming sessions and stuff. Like in the situations I've been in, they're not very compatible because they're very belligerent and white knighty, like extremely so. And it's like if a girl says something and you're like, well, actually that wouldn't work because the rules of the game. They're like, actually, she's a girl, so she can do whatever she wants because I'm her white knight. That's literally just what they do. It's not
Okay.
because they hold to reason or logic. It's because they want to impress somebody, or they think they're going to
Yeah.
sleep with them. They're not going to sleep with your bro. That's just not how that works. But it's just this mentality is not new in terms of it's been around for 20 some years, but it's not exactly old either because it wasn't there in the 90s that I can recall. But I do think that the normie side of things is more recent. I do agree with you on that. I think that because it's become more and more popular, it's starting to trickle into the normies a bit more. So their numbers are trickling into the actual D&D numbers we're seeing, like the Critical Role experience. So I do agree with you on that. But there's in no way a more or a larger group of people from the original tabletop players that are not already ideologically motivated. They just had no reason to be vocal about it. They just had their own votes. They did their own stuff. We didn't
Okay,
do that
fair.
back with we didn't do that with our friends back in the day. We didn't say, who'd you vote for? Because if you voted for the wrong person, I'm not gonna be your friend anymore. We didn't do that. We actually had a pair of balls. We would just say, hey, you voted for somebody I dislike. I voted for somebody you dislike. Let's go get something to eat. Let's go see a movie. Let's do something we enjoy. And we would argue and bicker about fandom stuff. We'd be like, well, I think this is the best character, Lord of the Rings. No, I think this is the best. And we'd argue with that for hours because that's what fans do. But now we have to say, well, I shouldn't have to argue with you that Eowyn's not a lesbian. I shouldn't
that-
have to argue that. I shouldn't have to
That
argue
is-
that
that is
Gondor
pretty much
is not an
self-evident,
allegory
yeah.
for transitioning. I shouldn't have to argue this.
Wait, what?
Gondor in transition. Remember that one of those things that got deleted from the Tolkien Society?
Yeah, I never seen that because
Well,
it got deleted.
Yeah,
but-
I saw it unfortunately a long time ago.
I
But
thought it was an allegory for gonorrhea.
Gondoria. But anyway, the point being is that we argued about different things, but then when the culture shifted, people argued about new things and things that they wanted to look cool or they wanted to fit in with their groups. That's why the millennials are the screwed up bunch, and the newer kids coming after are like, you know what? I'm not doing that. And they're kind of a bit more based because that's
Okay.
happening. So it got in because the people who have experience in tabletop are the ones that were liberals already, and they already had the experience or whatever. They could go into Wizards of the Coast and get hired because they have familiarity with it, and then get those positions, and then slowly move the company in the way they wanted to. It's a very easy to
Sure.
understand, reasonable explanation, as opposed to the normies showed up and they took over everything because
No, but that is how that works.
no.
If you have too many.
If people are already infiltrating your base of operations, you don't need the normies.
No, but the normies do add extra power.
They do. I totally agree. They do add extra power, but they are not the power. They are. It's like they're the front meat grinders. Like they're the guys who get thrown out the cannon
Yeah,
fodder.
I'm not saying
they're the
not
cannon
meat,
fodder. They don't
shields.
make the difference.
But
The
without
difference is
them-
those in the back.
No, I don't. I think
The
meat shields
normies
are
don't go
pretty
out.
important
The
in-
normies don't go out and
in
buy players' handbooks. They don't go out and buy, all the every special edition thingy of anything.
Sure.
They don't buy those things. They'll buy miniatures. They might buy some paint to paint them or whatever, and then you're going to multiple different companies at that point.
But maybe enough of them do put in money.
Maybe,
Maybe
But
not for all of the books in the whole
normies
thing.
by
They go for one or
definition
so.
are around until they lose interest. And it's really easy to lose interest. Even people who enjoy Critical Role, might never actually want to play D&D themselves. They just want to hear the adventures. They want to be entertained, just like listening to a radio drama or watching a movie. They don't have
Fair.
any intention to
Fair.
actually do that stuff. But I do agree, like when the Dungeons and Dragons movie came out, that was mostly normies.
You're
Hands
going to
down.
get all the Critical Role in the world you could want. I believe it's this week. The final episode of Campaign 3 is coming out. I think it's like a 10-hour episode.
Yeah, I heard Campaign 3 was a crapshoot in terms of ideological stuff, but I lost interest after Campaign 2 because of that kind of stuff. So, I mean, I if somebody wants to play that game, that's fine. I just don't have any interest in it. And like I say with Baldur's Gate 3, and I'll hold this until I'm blue in the face, it's not woke just because it has stuff we don't like in it. It's because they're giving everybody the chance to live in whatever fantasy realm they want to live in. And if that's your gig, that's your gig. If it's not your gig, guess what? It's very easy to avoid. It really is.
Okay.
Anytime a companion tries to get in your pants, just tell them no, and that's it. It's done.
Does the same logic apply to Kingdom Come Deliverance too?
I don't know because I haven't been able to play it. But here's the thing.
No, but hypothetically, if it's a choice to do the gay
Oh,
stuff or
yes.
whatever.
Yes. But here's the thing is that they actually have a position. And I was trying to make this in my other which the videos you didn't watch, by the way, Sage.
Sorry.
Gosh, and probably Matt didn't watch them either. Matt. Anyway, the argument of there being gay characters or having a gay relationship option, and you have to go through like 14 checks to get to it. And if you screw any of those checks up, you never get there. Like you have to literally go out of your way to do that. And they're like, but he was never gay to begin with. And this is the whole argument where like they're presupposing that gays are naturally born gays as opposed to somebody just deciding to become gay because their attraction changes, because attractions can change.
That's a good point. Yes.
So if you change those things, and it depends on which side.
The meme. Why did you choose to be gay? And then I didn't choose. And then there's like a silhouette in the background type stuff, right?
I don't know what you're talking about.
No? Okay, I'll send you a picture.
All right, you do that. But like, if you're wanting the option for it, maybe he decides the one thing to be like, oh, this could be an interesting experience, but he never feels that way about anybody else. It's what I call the Siri syndrome or whatever, where like Siri has one relationship with one girl, never with anybody else. And they're like, she's a lesbian. She's a lesbian. She doesn't like dudes. She doesn't blah, 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 whatever. It's like, no. She might be a lesbian for one girl, but we have no actual evidence she's anything other than asexual the rest of the series. Because once that girl's gone, no interest. None. You can't say, well, because she had one in, like, I mean, how difficult is it for a girl to put lips to another girl? It doesn't take very much. You can literally just run into each other and do that. Like, the attraction aspect can change in that regard. Now,
Right, this is the whole Wheel of Time discussion again, right?
possibly, I don't know what's that discussion.
The whole the one where if you're pillow friends or whatever.
Pillow friends, yes. A
I
pillow
don't know what
friend.
the term is again.
It's pillow
not
friend.
Pillow friends, right? It's
Pillow
slightly
friend is
different,
the
isn't
term.
it?
No, pillow friend is the term.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
For some reason, I
there's
thought it was
there's different viewpoints on this. Robert Jordan has his viewpoint. The fans have
Yeah,
their
but
viewpoint.
Robert Jordan's viewpoint is the correct one.
I would be a bit more iffy on it because
No, because
the way
it's
it's
his
applied.
universe. So he
Yeah, but the
has
the term itself isn't clear because he applies it, but if it's applied equally to everybody, then technically Moraine's a lesbian, Zwan's a lesbian, everybody's a lesbian.
No. He says in the
He has like an
think it's
interview
the
thing or something
companion.
where he clarifies it.
no, it's in a book. Right.
is it a book?
So
Oh.
it says that about 2/3 of all Aes Sedai participate in it, even though they're not all lesbians.
In other words, they grow out of the experience because they were alone.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, then that's
The reason
that's
they
what I
do
would
it is
take.
because it's a school where only girls are, and they're not allowed to see.
And-
any
It's like,
boys,
it's like
or
men being in prison
Well,
yeah.
yeah. Well, it's the same thing with like Spartans and their whole being
or women
gay
in
for each other or whatever.
prison. You know?
And
Well,
also, all the novices are around, say, 18-ish. So
Yeah, I don't know
Stuff
why, but when I
happens.
first read the Wheel of Time, I could have sworn like they had novices at like 12. So I was like, ah! Anyway, but the thing is that people say because pillow friends exist, and people assumed that Moraine and Swan were pillow friends. Never does it say they actually are. They just assume they're pillow friends.
But well, we can assume from their
no,
interactions.
it was
that
a
they're not.
comment from an Aes Sedai saying they were
Yeah,
always
I know.
together.
The Aes Sedai says that, but we can see from how they interact with each other in that same
And
book
they've
that
never
they are
actually
most
had that.
likely not.
Yeah. And it's like, just because it's common, let's say it is common, for every single girl to be into another girl as pillow friends because they're alone, away from their, because they're literally ripped out of their family and taken someplace random. They have to make friends where they can make them. Even
cannot
if
leave
that
the
is,
tower.
and they can't leave the tower either. And they can't be with the guards either.
Yeah.
If that's the case, just because
there's
that's
really
the
no choice,
setting,
right?
just because that's the setting, does not mean they're by definition participating in any form of debauchery available whenever they can. It's just not how that works.
Yeah.
I mean, for crying out loud, there's people who go until their 30s and stay a virgin. So, like, you can't be like,
True.
oh, they're 18, they're going to
But
naturally
I
become.
think this is also maybe relevant, right? They live in dorm rooms with 2 in each room.
Well, actually, you also
I had 3 college roommates. Not once did I ever have any desire.
No,
to
okay,
do
but it's.
have to factor
I
in.
assume you were not also isolated from the outside world
I never left
unable to
campus.
interact with. Never.
Not while I was going to school.
Okay,
unless I
sure,
was going
but
home,
but I'm going to assume that you were not separated by gender from all
my whole
other-
dorm was boys.
the dorm. Yes, but you were allowed to go to classes,
Yep.
and in classes there were probably, I don't know what you did, but I'm going to assume there are some
Well,
female.
to be
people
fair,
out there.
there are male servants in the tower,
and
and there are guards
they
that are
allowed-
male. They don't go up certain levels, but they are allowed in the tower where the novices and accepted are.
I guess. Well, I don't know how that works anyway.
There's
so
there's
I
not
don't know
there's
why
not a
I'm
there's not a
discussing it.
complete isolation aspect in that regard. But the point
Fair.
being is that just because an Aes Sedai makes an assumption, which people take and run with as wholesale truth, is the
yeah,
most
sure.
foolish thing I could possibly think of in that regard, because it doesn't logically follow. And
Yeah,
that's what irritates me, because I'm like, making this point should be pretty obvious. But at the same time, it's the Siri syndrome where, like, if this one girl, because of excruciating circumstances, becomes involved with another girl, and they have a lesbian type relationship or a pillow friend type relationship, the girl dies. She goes on and doesn't have a relationship with literally anyone ever again that I can recall. Maybe she had a tumble in a bed with a guy once or twice. I don't remember, but
Don't know.
never
Anyway,
again.
That's reasonable. Yes.
Well, I'm saying, like, in the game for Kingdom Come, they also have, like, if you choose to do the gay route, or anybody that you encounter, like the villain, I believe, is a gay, and in the first game, and I think he's also in the second game, so he's still gay. The guy was in the first one. He's in the second one, so he's gay. But if that's the case,
don't
they
remember him
still
being
have the consequences of society and the church and whatnot. So the church still says it's an abomination, it's a sin, it's bad, and people will react to you accordingly. That's what the developer said. There are consequences for choosing it. So even if that's the case, and that was one of the things that when we did the coverage with Melanie Mack, she didn't know. And she said, well, if they do this, then that'd be kind of cool. And I'm like, that's exactly what they did. You just didn't know that because you didn't do research. And you could have. If I can do it, you can do it. I'm not the greatest researcher in the world, but I can do basic stuff. But it's things like that, or like the black guy. There's a black scholar from Africa, Arabia, whatever.
I'm going to have to wait and see how they handle him.
Well, we already know a
make
bit
fun
about him.
Well, a bit.
He's Muslim, and
obviously.
he is a scholar. He deals with like medicines and has certain aspects. He also does the whole "we treat our women better than you treat yours" because that's realistic. But
No, see, that's
to be fair,
problem.
no, it's not, because to be fair, from the Muslim perspective, they do.
Okay, fair enough.
So it does, it's a matter of perspective, and a lot of people ignore the perspective, and it's like, well, of course, from your perspective, you're right and everybody else is wrong. That's how that works normally. And
I guess
when your entire culture is surrounded by your religious belief or whatever, you're most likely going to be on the side of that. And when you go into an area that has an opposing religious viewpoint or cultural belief or whatever, they're going to be opposite of what you are. Now, the guy himself doesn't really do much. He's kind of there. He's apparently racially picked on by everybody. And he gets set up to be shown like he's a thief, but he didn't actually steal it. But you can make it so everybody believes he stole it with no repercussions on you. Or you could befriend him. There's like lots of things you can do with it, which I like the options of like choices you can do. But everyone's like, how dare they have black people in this area? I'm like, if he's a traveling scholar or he was recruited by the leader of these guys, it's not beyond reason that they would have foreign counsel. Like it's not crazy. But people are like up in the arms, like there's no black people. I'm like, yeah, there's no common black people, sure, but he's not a commoner. He's a freaking scholar. And so
it's still a bit weird that he would be in Bohemia, though.
Not if he was specifically recruited by the guy he's working for, which is what happened.
But the guy he's working for is also from Bohemia.
Yes.
When did he go to Mali to recruit him?
They never said he came from Mali that I know of. And besides, he could be somebody from Africa that went to Arabia and then maybe joined up with the Ottomans and with whoever. What do they call, a sultan or whatever? Whatever the term would be for like the Saracens and all the Ottoman, Turk, whatever their positions were at the time. And then when they start moving towards Bohemia, he's in a region that maybe he went to war with, and maybe he found somebody, liked his viewpoints and takes on something, and then decided to recruit him. Kind of like what Saladin did with that one guy in Age of Empires, where the guy basically saw everything. He was a crusader that Saladin took in, treated him very well. He shouldn't be there because he's a European. And Saladin's basically kept him as a permanent guest. But I think in technicality he was free to leave. But he basically would listen to Saladin, and he basically writes the biography of him or whatever.
Maybe.
And it's just like, that's realistic.
Sure.
I mean, why couldn't he do the same thing anywhere else? Maybe the scholar's traveling because, he's a scholar, and he happens to travel up there to find something. Maybe he heard about a specific medicine that might work for his people in the back area, whatever, and he's just like, hey, let's go up there and check it out. And maybe while he was there, the guy in charge is like, you know what? I want you to join my court. And then, boom, he's there. Like, there could be a lot of logical reasons as to why. I'd be more concerned if there was like 50% or 20% or 10% or even 5% or more than 1% black people in the normal population.
Oh, yeah.
There
Sure.
isn't any as far as I'm aware. It's just the one dude in a court position, which is an explicit special position. So it doesn't make any sense that
But
that's
he
a
better
big
have
deal.
a good backstory.
I don't think he's gonna have any backstory, honestly. He's probably gonna have like nothing. But the point is that how people treat him, racist, or he's a Moor, and you like Moors. There's reasons not to like the Moors; they're very aggressive. But it's just like, okay, that's realistic. Same thing like in Witcher 3. There's racism for both anybody who's not in the North, but also against even the Witchers or elves, dwarves, anything really, anything that's not them, because that's how cultures are. Whatever. It's part of the world building. It's part of the culture building. People are getting really upset for stuff. I'm just like, I just want the combat to be good. That's all I want. And then I want somebody to mod that combat into the first one so I can play it better. But needless to say, we got like a minute and a half of this, so let's kill it off.
Society or the culture or politics. I care about the individual. I care about the person who's looking for a way to have.
I don't.
I also don't.
I think if you want to have fun, you should find the medium in which you can have fun. But you cannot force that medium to become what you want it to be any more than I believe the people reading the books of an author have any control over what the author says.
No, I mean you can force that, but
No, I'm saying like
you would-
when an author writes a story, they're writing a story as their story. They're not
Yeah,
writing
sure.
a newspaper article for everyone to
No, I
enjoy
get that.
and get feedback to
But
rewrite
you
more.
can force change in that by convincing the author or whoever makes the thing that your group is actually the majority of the consumer base.
That would literally
And-
never work on Tolkien.
No, sure, but
I'm
it's
not saying it
possible
wouldn't
to
work for
force it
anybody, but
in
I mean, there's a
general.
lot of lesser than
Not,
authors.
they're
There
not
are
for
exceptions, obviously.
Tolkien did
Yeah.
not write for profit, though.
And that's
Mhm.
well, that's what I'm saying is like when somebody's passionate about their books, like
Yeah, sure.
if we wanted just a quick buck, Jordan didn't have to write 15 books worth of material. He could just write 3 or 1, like he did for the Conan books. Like if you don't put that much heart, energy, and want to keep people engaged with your writings that they've come to love.
He wrote 7 Conan books,
Okay, are they individual? Or are they all one after the other? What?
published individually. It was a.
Well, but like they're not interlaced, like one book, book 1, book 2, book 3, book 4, like a whole.
I
seven.
think there's one. It's not a series of 7 books.
They're like individual instances, kind of a thing.
Novels tend to be adventures, like an
Yeah.
adventure.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah. Which in
There
that case, again, he's not writing them for a particular group of people. He's just writing something and hoping people like it because that's all an author can do ahead of time.
He himself loved Conan, so that's another.
Which helps. Yeah, the passion behind the project will definitely greatly increase your success in that range. Now, if he were to try to adjust things according to the whims of the culture at the time, his books would be all over the place. And
Sure.
that wouldn't probably win him much. That's why I'm probably not a huge Stephen King fan and all those other guys. But in terms of when it comes to an author is making a story
Let's
and you people can just like it or not like it. That's your ultimate. So
have a creative outlet. I care about the person who finds inspiration to be a better person because they heard a story of someone like Luke Skywalker. I care about the kid who uses video games as escapism because his life at home is a nightmare. And who the hell am I to tell them that they're lesser than because we don't see eye to eye on make-believe that's owned by a mega corporation? If
I don't care who the owner is.
Mhm, yeah.
The owner is irrelevant.
Also, we're not saying they're lesser. We're just saying they're not the majority.
I
Well,
mean,
you might, but
he's being deliberately misleading with his comments. Early on, he was talking about the people making the woke content. Now he's talking about people who want to enjoy woke content, and he's using a very deceptive tactic to try to equivocate between both of them. Okay, and he's being. This is a creative psychological technique, a very useful technique, but you need people to be aware. Early on, he was saying the people who are making the content is who he was talking about, the people who were fired and all that. Now he's telling people who want to enjoy that content, which is a separate group of people.
well, I think he's thinking about it from the consumption point, and the consumption people are typically the people who
Well,
participate in the
that's the
creation of.
misleading path he's taking you on in this journey. Remember, early on, he was talking about people who were fired for making the content and so forth.
so
Well,
he's
yeah.
blaming people from seeing the others as lesser, and that's the reason that this is why gatekeeping is bad, right? But it's not what is actually going on. It's just that the people who want to change things, in the case of a well gate-kept place, right, is a minority.
I mean, yeah, I would say they're a minority.
Provided, of
from
course, that if we define gatekeeping as specifically the minority wanting to change something against the will of the majority.
So close yet so far.
But at the same time, I'm looking at it from a perspective of he's trying to say, how can we, say that we're allowed to do this stuff and nobody else is? I'm like, but at the same time, they're the ones doing it to us on the opposite end. But they're also destroying things in the process. We're not destroying anything. Maybe their hopes and dreams of destroying our things, but Not
Maybe.
like we're literally at bare minimum. We're literally saying, here's source material. Here's source material. No touchy, but enjoy it. That's literally all it is. We're saying no touchy, enjoy. No touchy, enjoy. And it can't get any simpler than that, because how could anyone possibly come to the conclusion that they're not allowed to buy things or play the game? Like, if somebody buys a D&D game, I don't know anybody who's going to show up at their house and say, you can't play that because of your ideology, or you can't put your ideology into your homebrew game. Nobody's going to stop them from doing that.
Well, the woke people want to do that.
Nobody's going to do it. They'll play whatever game they want to play. There are some games that I've heard about. I've never participated in one, but they're like just heavy in sexual content, and I'm like, but why?
That's always been the case in tabletop.
I know, but it's just like, but why? You could be out there fighting dragons, slaying
Because some
liches, and doing all the cool stuff, and you're like, I want to do the stuff I could just go do in real life.
Some people want to role play sexual content. That's just
I know,
nature.
but my point is that nobody's stopping them, even though it's not like a lore thing in the player's handbook that says, like, here's a whole section on how to have sexual interactions with people.
The woke people want to deliberately are excluding people who disagree with them from gaming stores, from all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, they're commies. That's how that
So-
works.
There was about a minute left. I
Yeah.
predict we have 7 more stops.
25 minimum.
Whew.
We don't like
I mean, it depends on what he says.
mega corporations
Well,
telling
that's
us
fine.
how to think and feel
I could care less if they tell me how to think or feel, because I will ignore them.
that
Okay,
we're
that's
scum
true.
of the earth for existing. It's hypocritical to do that to
And that's why they go bankrupt.
someone else. Choose kindness instead.
Kindness
Just kidding,
is
I just-
not really a great.
I'm only counting when someone says something. So Sage got us 3.
Disagree, discuss, make friendly. They may never, ever, 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 ever reciprocate. They may not share anything like that. They may not be friendly to you. I'm not saying that they will be. But you can sleep knowing you did the right thing. And you're going to need sleep because those sandbox carcinogens have done a lot of damage to your DNA. Friends, if you enjoyed this video and you're
Okay, so help me out, guys. If
So it's
if
kindness to allow people to ruin the thing you love, right?
yes,
I think that's a bad idea.
I think
so.
that's
I'm
not
going to
kindness.
choose-
That's niceness, and niceness is not a virtue.
Because a mega
That's right,
corporation
yeah.
owns it.
So
Well-
I'm going to choose not to do that. Thank you very much.
But it's
But wait, are you actual Sage or hypothetical Sage?
I'm actual Sage right now.
he's actually hypothetical Sage.
Hypo actual Sage.
I mean, he's the real fake wizard, so it makes sense, I
Wait a
guess.
minute.
But
Why
no,
next week? The Sage Squatch will run wild.
but I love that this guy is trying to morally grandstand. You're doing the
Mhm.
right thing. I'm like,
We don't-
what if gatekeeping, in terms of preventing people
I
from
think
changing the source
gatekeeping is the
material,
right thing, actually.
well, not from people from participating, but from changing the
No,
source material.
So, gatekeeping defined as protecting your thing from a minority that wants to change it.
Well, you
against
don't
the
understand,
majority.
Sage. You need to let people into your house to smash
Well,
your favorite
I
things,
refuse.
because you can go to sleep knowing you did the right thing.
No, that's not how that works.
That's exactly how he thinks it works. This is like, okay, we don't have claim, according to this guy. I don't know him. He was probably a nice guy. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know.
I mean, he seems like a nice guy, but maybe a bit too nice.
It's a shame he's not more kind instead of nice. But no, like, okay, so just because you don't have claim to something doesn't mean you can't protect it. Because if I see a child on the street and it's about to get hit by a car, I don't say, well, I don't have claim to this child. I will not protect this child. No, I'm going to probably go out there and either push the kid, grab the kid, and football ourselves out of the way of the vehicle, because we don't want to die. Duh. And I don't want no kid getting hurt by a vehicle or anything. We don't want them isekai'd to another anime world. That would suck. But point being, I don't have to have claim to something in order to wish to protect it from someone willing to do harm to it. That's not how this works. So, if you're doing the right thing by not, not going out and saying, "Oh, I can't protect. I'm not going to go out there and protect things because if I do, I'm not going to be doing the right thing." It's like, no. Not protecting things you need to protect is the opposite of doing the right thing. It's quite clearly the opposite of doing the right thing. If I have 2 kids, if one of my kids is running towards the street, I'm going to yoink them away from it when a car comes flying by. Because that's what a good parent does. And that's also what a good person does, even if you don't have claim on them. You know what they don't do? They don't push the kid in front of the vehicle. It's like...
Actually, I use a catapult and launch them across right at the vehicle.
I prefer catapults personally, but that's just my opinion.
Catapult.
But no, like, it just... I don't think he's thought this through, or he's looking at this from a I don't want to step on anybody's toes perspective, which seems to be a common place.
It seems to me like he is doing this from a don't step on anyone's toes perspective.
Yeah.
I think he's a propagandizing mother fracker.
I don't agree with the whole... I mean,
that could be a secret
that's the
master
DLC
plan behind it.
That's his DLC right there.
But it's unclear at the moment whether that is his actual.
And I haven't watched more of his
not,
videos. I think I've seen a clip of him somewhere before, but I don't remember. He's way more successful than I am, so I'm not gonna like diss him for that. He knows how to play the field, I guess. But in terms of his position, doesn't logically follow when you take into account all the other information in outgoing context. So, if anybody who's watching, still, props to you. I know not everyone can make it this far into our videos, even though we are long form. There's the ultimate point I'd like you to take away. Niceness does not equal kindness. Those are different things. Be kind, don't be nice. 2, you are allowed to protect things you care about. Even if I disagree with you or somebody else disagrees with you, you are allowed to protect those things. You don't have to have claim on them of ownership to do so. That would be just ridiculous. Again, like a child in the street, you can save them. You don't have to have claim ownership over them in order to be able to save them or protect them from a bully or someone trying to kidnap them or whatever the case might be. You can get as extreme or less extreme as you want it to be. The point is you don't have to have ownership of them or guardianship or anything. You don't have to be the arbiter of that franchise or whatever. You just have to be like, I like this stuff as it is presented to me, not as I want to modify, as it is presented to me. If you want to modify it in your head all day long, do your thing. But don't try to put that in as the thing for everybody else to have to deal with. That's the big part. So, do you guys have any takeaways for anybody watching?
Yeah, I mean, gatekeeping is good if it is specifically in the definition of protecting your thing against a minority that wants to change it.
Protect it from people who are going to harm.
Yeah.
That's that. Don't even have to be a minority, doesn't have to be a majority, just has to be people who are willing to do harm.
You know, my final thought, I guess, would be
Marxists. Just kidding.
I'm okay with people enjoying whatever content they want. I have nothing but.
I hope you choke on it.
Nothing but disrespect for those who would, for those abetted by the communists, engendered by the communists,
The Marxists.
who go into an existing product and deliberately subvert and deconstruct it, so they can, in an attempt to essentially destroy the value of that product. So I mean, I don't mean the economic value of that too. I mean the entertainment, social, moral, whatever that is. If you want to make something new in the scheme of things, a new product, and put it in the field of ideas, I'm okay with that. Okay, I'll even read some of it or watch some of it.
But if it's Marxist,
no, but I'm serious. I read and watch Marxist stuff. I have no problem with that.
you're the problem with society these days.
You know, but this this deliberate attempt by this particular faction to essentially destroy and destabilize civilization just because they think their way is better. No, I can't stand that.
Yeah.
Agreed.
That's the bottom line because Matt Cole said so.
All right. Well, I think that's going to be it for now, guys. I got a video that's planned to do with a guest and the fellows here if they are available. It's just a matter of, I guess, scheduling. So if the schedule aligns, we will do the crimes, I suppose. And hopefully you guys will enjoy that one because there's a lot more content to cover on that than this. So that means it's going to be 10 times longer. So just kidding. Hopefully it's not that long, but
17-hour video.
huh?
It'll be a 17-hour video.
Amateur. But
that seems a bit excessive.
takes 4 weeks to make.
We'll have to post in shifts, you know.
It's like, all right, Sage, you're up. I'm going to sleep. Then I go to work and Matt's up. But no.
Make coffee or something in the first part of the video. You know?
Yeah. So yeah, thanks everybody for hanging out. My schedule's getting thrown all over the place, so we're trying to do these when I get the chance to do them. So thanks to the council to being hanging out and still hanging around. Yeah, I guess if you guys like the content, if you could like, comment, subscribe, all that fun stuff, tell us how bad we are at what we do, or tell us how much you enjoy the content, or just tell us that we're just not as cool as your favorite YouTuber or something. And that's perfectly fine and not valid. But if you guys do enjoy it, we definitely hope you enjoy it. But we're gonna keep on trunking the way we do because I am a long form person and I try to make small stuff for you guys. And it's very, very difficult to fit everything into that because I am a pedantic person. So, yeah. But thanks everybody for hanging out. And
I mean, to be fair, everyone who reached this point knows that already.
I hope so. Some poor soul out there, though.
If you made it this far, you have high moral endurance.
But anyway, thanks everybody for hanging out. And remember, my friends, walk in the light.
Farewell.